Hello? Hello, hello? 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 Boom. There I am. Alright. So let's get started, more or less. We'll figure out what we're supposed to be doing. All that good stuff. Send it. Oh, hold on, don't send it. No, send it. There we go. Smooth transition as always. Just gotta give yourself that pat on the back. Don't really know why I'm falling into an older accent. Here we are. What we're doing today is we check out Postman. Check out Postman. This is a valid thing to do. Oh my gosh, he's done it. I think I've figured out how to do package stuff. It came to me in a dream. It's not actually true. It came to me while I was out on a run. That this is probably how they do it for Unity. Yeah, because NPM doesn't stand for Node Package Manager. NPM is just like a package service. So if you do like a scoped expression, no, a scoped package, you can, you know, just kind of grab it. Yeah, you can grab the stuff. And then if you have the correct package name, it's really easy to generate an HTTP request, a GET request, that will give you an appropriate thing that you can then operate off of. How nice. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah. Some of these might be also kind of nice to do. So comparing the hashes, although I'm not sure what this signature is. Like this is the signature, but then we also have a SHA-256 hash, question mark. PGP signature, that's always pretty good as well. I don't know why. Do people actually store NPM's PGP key to compare against any of their requests? I guess you could. I guess you could. Let's see. Hello, darling. Hello, hello, honey. How are you? All right, so what I'm doing today, I was feeling a little burnt out on the VTuber stuff. Well, it was either work on tests for the VTuber stuff or just continue bashing my head against the ground, essentially. So, working on tests. I like working on tests, but it's not very interesting, I guess. It's very brain dead, which is why I like working on it. But instead, I had an idea of working on a package manager tool. So I already have the big idea done. So you go to NPM, you upload, you publish your add-ons directory, right, into NPM. So here it is. You can even see it for yourself. It's right there. It's right there. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong keys. It's right there. Oh, press the wrong keys once again. It's right there. Look at that. And so you send a request, a GET request to this URL plus a version. So if you don't send any version, it will also work, but it'll give you pretty much all the versions, I think. Or will it just give you the latest? No, okay, here are the versions, yeah. Oh, and I unpublished 100. Okay, I remember. I remember. And so given this, you can then select a version, although you should always try to pass in an explicit version. Actually, I won't. Yeah. I think I have in my head that you have to pass in an explicit version, otherwise it won't work. Then you can do a GET request on this URL. Come on, dude, we got an app to pitch the weebs. That's okay. The weebs can wait. The weebs can wait. Yeah, but here's a tarball. Just do a GET request, download the file. Then here, we'll have the file, verbal expressions 101 tar.gz, or in this case, it's a tgz, tar.gz. So when we run this code here, we can inspect it. We see that I'm able to read the first header, which is package license, which makes sense, size 2102, but then this one is wrong, because this is just the contents of the file. This is just the contents of the file, which is wrong. But then if I print out the actual text file that this refers to, you see that's the license, right? Because it's looking for everything that's a file, and then just printing it out. That's not too hard. Right, this is the license, but then you see that this, it's going one line too far for the size. Thanks for redeeming a hydrate. Drink some water. Some agua. What is it? Bebo agua. The beer is to drink. You conjugate it bebo. Bebo. I don't remember how to conjugate. I don't remember how to speak Spanish. I can kind of read Spanish. Although my Spanish reading skills have also deteriorated rapidly ever since I stopped reading the Spanish newspaper for practice. I used to just do a lot more language studying back when I actually traveled for work. But now that I don't need to travel for work, it's like, whatever. I'll just study Chinese and Japanese. Or Mandarin Chinese and Japanese. But then again, it's not even Mandarin Chinese, it's just simplified characters. And then Japanese is Japanese, of course. Let me see. So I'm trying to figure out why this results in, like, the offset is just a bit too high. Because I can also see, right, that this result has a size 0, which makes me think, actually, you know what? If it has a size 0, why don't I just check this? So here, we'll just run it one more time for I and view size. So we can see that it kind of builds out the thing. So there's 0002102. Looks pretty good. I think there's an empty space there that maybe I should be ignoring. It's possible. And then here you can see I clean up the string, trim the suffix. All right, here, let me see. What does this give me? Oh, okay. Ooh, why is size view? Wait. Wait, what? I don't understand much English before. My father brought 200 pirated games on Xbox 360. Now I can speak English from Detroit. Detroit. That's a very random city to be speak English from. I'm not even sure what a Detroit accent sounds like. Like on stream, I try to keep my accents pretty close to a neutral American accent. Right, but I can recognize accents from other regions of the US. But most people, if you, or at least for most Americans, if you grow up in like a big city, your accents all kind of, if you grow up in a big city and you live in like a decent part of it, your accent will sound the same. Which is roughly the accent that I'm using. So why is this happening? So I'm not saying anything because you can see here that it's parsed the size as ing features, which is not right. Ing features. What the heck is ing features? Where does this even show up? Ooh. Ing features. Ing features. Is it an ing feature? Is this ing features? Ing features. Ing features. Where does this piece of text show up? I don't know where this size string is parsed from. That's so weird. What, to learn UK English? Or UK style English? So you say like, you're gonna head to the loo. Pop off to the loo. I don't know. What other Britishisms are there? You know, you put something in your car's boot, not the trunk. Don't know. Ing features, ing features, ing features. Is it here? Is this ing features? Where does this come from? That's not right. That's not right. Because this is the same file buffer. This is the same file buffer. This is the same file buffer, but maybe I'm not calculating the offset correctly. So I'm basing it off of this implementation, which is written in JavaScript, because most implementations for tar stuff is actually fairly complicated. Like even the Python implementation, I was like, what the heck is this, dude? So we pass in the offsets. Well, so while offsets is less than, well, I guess we should be doing it based off the file buffer. It doesn't really matter. File buffer size. It doesn't make a difference. I'm a mouse. No, actually, you're a chinchilla, as is noted in the file names. Yeah. You can play the game that came from. Here, Giant Horse Death Ball. Yeah, there we go. That's just one of the sprites. That's just one of the sprites I made for it. It was supposed to be a mouse, but I was like, you know, it kind of looks more like a chinchilla. I think. A chinchilla? Yeah. It was supposed to be a mouse, but it was like, yeah, that looks like a chinchilla. Look how cute it is. I don't know why I know what a chinchilla is specifically. I probably could not pick out any other type of small rodent. So yeah, I could differentiate between a mouse and a rat. Maybe a gerbil. Gerbils look a lot like mice. Maybe a guinea pig. It must be this. Am I subbing in the wrong value for this? What is math truncates? The integer part of a number by removing any fractional digits. Okay. Download. Today there's good internet. Well, you don't need to download if you don't want to either. The game isn't very good. I made it in 48 hours. So I don't think you should go into it expecting a great game. It's not bad though. It's especially not bad considering I made it by myself in 48 hours. Pretty much everything myself, except for the, I guess of course the engine, but that's not against the rules. I wonder, this seems right. File size, the chunk size is 512. I hang on to the file buffer. I don't think I really need to, but it's just nice to have, I suppose. I had the volume at 100%. Horse threw a screamer at me. Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's my bad. That's something I didn't realize, is that it's like apparently really loud. Like I adjusted the volume based off of what I usually use. So I usually keep the volume at, or at least when I'm streaming and I have headphones in, I usually keep the volume at about 10%. So it sounded correct to me. I was like, yeah, 10% with headphones on, that's not so bad. And it's not that loud even at 100% with no headphones in. But I guess maybe it's just my computer being weird. So it's a uint8 array. All right, give me the deets. So yeah, we have this, and I know Godot's inner byte implementation also uses uint8, or u8 if you will. It's the same controls as the RPG Maker engine. Nice. Just a little tip is that you don't have to kill the first enemy. It's something I kind of missed during testing because I got really good at it. But then I was like, also like, yeah, maybe people will realize you don't actually need to kill the first enemy you see. That's not true. Everyone thought you had to kill the first enemy, but actually the objective is just gather enough animals for your death ball. So the byte offsets. There must be something I'm doing wrong here, because I think all of these other things are being read incorrectly. So the length. Or is it how I'm doing it? So when I slice, yeah, the beginning and end, lower and upper index are inclusive with the step described. Oh, you know what? No, this is correct. Yeah. No, that's correct, because these are the same value. So I'm actually just picking a value at offset inner offset. So I think this is correct. It's just that my big offset that I'm applying to everything is kind of wrong. All right, run me again. So, okay, for read file size, I know the file size is wrong. That's fine. You don't need to tell me. So this one should be, there's your offset by 2560, which I don't think is correct. Because it's, I don't know, it just feels like it's not correct. Then this is 512 times the file size divided by your chunk. So we add that many chunks onto it. So was injected 20 doses of heroin. Nice. 20 doses might be enough to overdose, but you know, you do you. All right, so I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. But I wonder if I don't need to. I wonder if I don't need to do that. Like, what is file size divided by chunk? What is file size divided by chunk? So we'll int the file size divided by chunk. So I think that's about 4. I think that's about 4. Might be 4. All right, give me what is D? Yeah, D is 4. Heck yeah. Who said I was bad at math? So it's 4, and then we. Which means our offset. Yeah, so that means our offset is 2560. Calculator, please. 2560, 512 times 5. 2560. Okay. Yeah. So then when we look at the offset at 2560. Yeah, but you don't need to kill the first enemy. You don't need to kill the first enemy. It's the I think that's the biggest mistake I made in the level design, is putting an enemy in the first level. You don't need to kill the first enemy. It takes too long. The actual fun part is breaking all the buildings. Yeah, 2560 is right. So I wonder if it's because of how I'm accessing stuff. So we want to read it at the offset. So whatever, just send me. Then here, read string, blah, blah, 100. So this is, we want to slice from offset to offset plus size. So our current offset is 2560. Hold on. What was the value that I calculated before? 5112 times 5, 2560. Okay, that's correct. Okay, return string, yeah. Return string, E extends, yeah. So it's almost like it's one chunk too far. So what happens when I do this? I wonder, yeah, I wonder if it's just going a little too far with the chunk. So if we take out the first chunk like that, and so we don't prepend a chunk. You attack me into defending at 300 kilometers per hour. Yeah, the other levels are a bit more fun because they give you a lot more animals to work with, except for the final level, which always tends to trick people. All right, 2048, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so it's actually going one thing too far. So this is correct. What? What? I wonder if the first chunk added to the offset is just not necessary. Yeah, because this is correct. This is what she wants. Because this is package, verbal, expression. And I guess if you have a really long file name, this will break, but that's not my problem. All right, there's the file type, and then we'll file size. Yeah, I mean, that's a big file size, huh? Look into our offset. Boom. Oh, is that it? Oh, and then we text overflow. That's good. So it printed out. What the heck? What happened? Oh, is it because the file was too big? So I can't follow this algorithm? Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. If we look into the runner, just my test thingy, we should still have, oh, we don't. That's interesting. That's interesting. So maybe it's not even able to, maybe the offset doesn't even work anymore. So file buffer size minus chunk. Like I need a, what I want is a very simple tar algorithm, but I don't know. I don't want to actually implement the spec myself. That's tough. GNU. Oh no. GNU tar distribution. This is part of file source tar h. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's what they're doing, huh? That's what they're doing. U star and a null. 0, 0 and no null. Okay, I think I remember seeing this before. Like this would be easier to just implement myself, right? Or not implement myself, but implements using a GD native library. But I really don't want to, because the point is for this to be portable, right? So if you do something in GD native, then you need to compile binaries and whatnot. I'd rather not. So, text file, global extended header, G name. Horse can fly and he's a hero. Yeah. I think there's not actually that many horses though. I think. It's not actually that many horses. So byte offset, the name, yeah. Hold on. Wasn't there like, there was a Python implementation? Because I think I know what the problem is. Hold on, wait a minute. So, hold on. Header block, blah, blah, blah. U star format, extension. All characters are represented by 8-bit characters in the local variant of ASCII. Okay, so this is ASCII. That's fine. Contiguous, there's no pattern when using within the structure, blah, blah. Bytes representing the contents of files. Not translated. Everything is a null terminated character string. All other fields are 0-filled octal numbers in ASCII. Mode field, we don't care. Offset is used by the multi-volume option. No. It is extended, blah, blah. But then how big is each chunk? Is each chunk actually just 500 or is it 512? Good game, bro. You deserve Game of the Year. Thank you, thank you. I know. Just unrecognized talent. I wonder if it's actually just 500, right? But that's the header. It might still just be 500. It might not be 512. I might be a bit disappointed if it's 500 though. Yeah, but there's nothing else in the struct. You play college guy, amateur game dev. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Wait. Physically consists of 2 512 block, but the header is only 500. Only 500 bytes. Oh, okay. 512. But yeah, I was pretty proud of the game because it's very I don't know, like it doesn't. The only game it has a similarity to is like Katamari Damacy. So there's not too many Katamari Damacy type games. And for the Ludum Dare 49, which is what I made the game for, Ludum Dare 49. All right, I gotta log in first. For Ludum Dare 49, this button doesn't do anything. How do you view your games? Hello? Sir? The heck is this? Get me out of here. It's bugged. Eh? The heck? I guess their site's broken? Anyways. It is one of those. Waiting until 2030 for a 3D game of yours? You don't need to wait. I have made a 3D game before. I think I just procrastinated on it for too long. But this game is technically in 3D. And I intentionally crushed the graphics for it. So I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay. Needed way more time to work. Header block, which describes the file, followed by 0 or more blocks, which give the contents of the file. Is there something wrong with this, then? Yeah, like, I think this is good, right? So we get the file size divided by chunk. Right. So we modulo it. Actually, you don't even need to do this, right? Or at least I don't need this check. So we do all of this. If is not 0, else chunk. One of these. Yeah, I mean that's it doesn't make it more readable, maybe. Well, maybe it does. Who's to say? Or actually, you only need to modulo this. But then file size. Or actually, no. You can do that. Yeah. So you modulo file size, guaranteed to be an integer because you're moduloing it. You know what I mean? Serious and big projects. Maybe a serious and big project one of these days. I have a few ideas. But I need to finish all the other stuff I'm working on first. More specifically this thing, but that's I'll work on that later. I don't want to work on it. Yeah. So this shouldn't make a difference. Oh no. We're spinning. I'm gonna let it spin. Okay. Well. I wonder where does it get caught when it's spinning? So it spins. So the offset is 0. Alright, that's good. Offset is 0. Okay, so we spin here, so we never ever add anything. Alright, so catch me once. Catch me a few times. File info just gets absolutely massive because the offset never changes. Yeah, okay. Huh. Or is it because of this? To do that. Yeah, okay. That seems fine. But then it's too big now. It's too big. It's too big. I'm gonna go do a foreign real English. Maybe I'll work with you unless you're a lone wolf. It depends. I think the problem with working with me on personal projects or things that I don't get, things that I guess don't get paid on. Like I think if you give me control of a project, I would prefer to have total control. Or at least if I have if this project is completely driven by my own personal stake in it, if that makes any sense, then I would prefer to have total control. So it means that on personal projects, I don't usually work too well with others. Right, I guess if you're going to pay me, then I'll do whatever, I don't care. You know, I'll do my best. As long as you keep paying me a salary. But if I'm working on something just because I want to work on something, we're gonna do things my way. I think that's my view on it. I wonder what's going on here. This seems so weird because now I'm running into the same issue again. So that's our offset. And then we just never hit the offset again. What? How big is the offset? Oh, the offset is just absolutely ginormous. What the heck? Ooh. What did you calculate the file size to be? 2102. Then it's plus equals that value, a file size modulo chunk, is not 0. Do I need to put it in brackets? Ooh. No, that's the wrong offset for sure. Do I want to put 100 viruses? Nah. Well, fortunately, when you play things online, there's no way for you to slap a virus into anywhere. It's just kind of how it works. When you do things online, unless you like click on a pop-up that was generated by the whatever the heck you're playing. So if you're playing an online game and so you see something get downloaded to your computer, don't open it. But otherwise, it's almost impossible to give someone a virus through a web page in JavaScript. You would actually need to execute it first. I'm thinking. I see what it's doing, by the way. I see what it's doing. Here, 156 is the type flag, so it's just a single point in time. Read string. Well, read file name. That's 0 to 100. We don't need most of the other stuff. Prefix, I'm not sure what that means, but why is this wrong? I thought this logic should be pretty good. Like file size chunk. What is the result of file size modulo chunk? File size modulo chunk. Does modulo not do what it... Oh, that's absolutely not. Oh, the modulo is the remainder. Modulo is the remainder. I'm actually an idiot. Flash games time to kill computers. Yeah, well, Flash games kind of exist in a different reality. They don't count. All right, so we just truncate it. Then how did they do it here? I mean, I've pretty much just gone back to what I had before, which is unfortunate. So if file size modulo phi12 is not or is equal to 0. Wait a minute, that's not what is this checking for? What is that checking for? Is it checking to see if it's 0 or not? I'm actually not sure what this is supposed to do. Let's just not do anything with it and see where it brings us. Okay, that looks a bit more correct, but I want to check the results before we start printing everything out willy-nilly. Yeah, so we have our two package thingies. Header offset 2048, size whatever. Okay, but we're still missing the two other things in the tar archive. So if I go to, this doesn't exist anymore. Dev Godot package manager. Miss Adobe Flash Player. I don't. Like, it was okay, I suppose. Tar extract zip file verbal expressions. Yes, I know things. That's one of the things that you just have to force yourself to remember, because actually you cannot tar things. So these flags, actually the order matters, which is weird, but it's one of those older tools where order does matter in terms of flags. All right, so I'm missing out on the readme and the package.json, and the package.json, by the way, corresponds to a Node.js, or something that you'd usually use for Node.js. Like one of those. Look at that. So that's not right. Let me see. If int, hold on. What I should do actually is def or multiplier, basically, right? And this will be equal to file size divided by chunk. Then here we'll do if m is greater than 0, else chunk. Something like that. I don't think that makes any difference. Yeah, that doesn't make any difference. But then how big is the size? I'm missing something here. Like the tar file doesn't, the tar format doesn't seem very complicated. I wonder if the tar format that's being sent to me from npm is non-standard. In China, they still use it to move trains in the most epic way possible, the pirated version. Yeah, China, no one's surprised. Well, it's just because of the kind of the national attitude towards like a lot of things, right? where it's not even like, yeah, it's mostly like a national attitude that honestly I kind of agree with, but to an extent, just to make it clear. What is the offset? Oh, the offset's way too big at this point, huh? Wonder if this is not correct. So what is M? M is calculated to be... Oh, we've already stepped out. National attitude? Yeah. So it's the concept of 差不多 something like that, which means close enough or more or less. It doesn't really have it kind of has a direct translation. Which is why a lot of their housing stuff, like they have a lot of housing construction going on, but most of it is very low quality. But that's fine because it's stimulating the economy, etc., etc. Third world strikes again. It's not third world. Like let's not lie to ourselves. China is pretty strongly second, possibly first. At least for if you're in the happy majority of the citizenry. That one speaks Mandarin Chinese, which most people do. So if you're young, you probably speak Mandarin Chinese. Or if you're young and educated, I should say. Because actually most people don't speak... A lot of people don't speak Mandarin Chinese as a main language. What you probably speak is your local dialect, and then also Mandarin if you're educated, as far as I understand it. So if you've been to school, then you probably speak Mandarin. Or if you've been to school within like the past 40 years, you probably speak Mandarin. Otherwise, you probably don't. Because the dialects are not quite mutually intelligible either. Which is tough. 1,400 million inhabitants do not live well. No, that's hard to say. It's hard to say. Some of them don't, some of them do. It's just like anywhere else in the world. It's just that there's also government-sponsored concentration camps, which are less than great, to put it lightly. Yeah, it's just like anywhere else in the world. China has concentration camps for Uyghur minorities. The US has a clandestine prison camp for suspected terrorists who may or may not actually be terrorists on a piece of land that they don't actually own, because the Cuban government has never given it to them and has never accepted payments from them either. So you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you lose a lot more than others, but I think that's why it's been recommended you don't buy garlic from China, right? Because I think I read before from an insider reports that a lot of garlic that comes from China tends to be if you're buying pre-peeled garlic, it's peeled by essentially slaves because they can't go anywhere else. And so because they peel garlic pretty much all day, right? Garlic is slightly acidic, so their fingernails just disintegrate, so they have to peel it using their teeth instead, which is crazy. It's like in America, you live well in California, know that you get stabbed in Detroit. Unlikely. Those two cities are pretty much an entire country apart. It's probably closer to say one day you're living well in... I don't know anything about New York City, man. All I know is that, Brooklyn is pretty normal. One day you're living pretty normally in Brooklyn. Another day you're getting stabbed in the Bronx. You take one wrong turn, and you're in a burrow that you really should not be in. To U.S. imprisoned millions of Japanese Americans. Correction. The U.S. imprisoned millions of Asians. The U.S. imprisoned millions of Asians. Because most people cannot tell the difference between a Japanese person and a Chinese person at a glance, or even upon closer inspection. Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference, what I'm doing wrong here. So this offset's wrong, clearly. So if we spin twice, we have M is 54, file size, pretty big. I wonder if there's just more to this that I should be parsing. Because the file buffer is only 1945.6. New York is, some neighborhood looks like a war zone, but with rats? Not really. New York doesn't look horrible. Most of New York doesn't look horrible. I mean, there are parts that look rough, for sure. But I think that's every city. Because you can't just have everyone living in the nice part of town. Otherwise, there's no such thing as the nice part of town. Then that's just town. If you ever have to have the qualifier, the nice part of town, then there must be a bad part of town as well. Did you buy the assets? What do you mean buy the assets? Did I mention something about buying assets? I'm thinking, by the way. I'm thinking. You know what? 54? 54? Is that right? That's not... Wait a minute. That's not... That's not right, is it? Hold on. What is 54? I think this is it. I think this is the problem. So 54 times 512. That gives you a very large number, which doesn't make any sense. But actually, hold on. How is the file size so big? The file size is bigger than than the file buffer. What? Nothing, never mind. I get it. You're in multiple streams at once. I take no offense. Just know that you've made an enemy for life. So this is getting the correct name at the very least. Right. So we go to here, blah, blah. We check both of these. That's package license, that's correct. And this is package verbal expressions file. The size doesn't seem quite correct though. And then it just reads until the end of the file. So I think that it might be doing something wrong when it's reading the file size. Yeah. Yeah, it's that. I know. It's not my first day on Twitch. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 7, 6. Something doesn't seem right. So this is a full string array of size 12. Size 12. The null terminated at 11. Wait a minute. Eh? What? What am I doing? Oh no, this is it. Yeah. But that's not possible though. Unless there's no, but I've already unpacked the tar file. This has already been handled. So I don't think this is correct. Yeah? So the size is 12 characters. Byte offset. 124. Offset plus the inner offset. 124. Then we want to do the same from that same slice plus the size of 12 minus... Is that correct? Do you not want to do a -1 here? Because this one I have to -1. Yeah. Wait a minute. Offsets. I think there's a problem here. Something about this doesn't seem right. Something about this doesn't seem right. So inclusive. So when you slice something in Godot, it's inclusive on both ends, which is somewhat uncommon. I'm gonna refill my drink. I'll be our BRB. Hello, hello. I'm thinking. Like, no, this is right. This is right. So I'm wondering about. So if I take out the size, I'm pretty sure that this is just going to blow up. I mean, it should. If it doesn't, I'd be very surprised. Yeah, now our result is size. Yeah. Now our result is all kinds of messed up because now nothing has a size anymore. Yeah, because the size was not formatted properly. But then why is this thing just not correct? So if I set a breakpoint here, can I look at how big the file is? I can't. Okay. Is the length not what I think it is? I think that's possible. I think that's possible. So it's file get buffer, and then we'll get the buffer at that length. Something doesn't seem right. Something doesn't seem right. Is there any way for me to just get everything that's in the file? Like, I don't think I should need to do that, but it's possible. Or actually, what am I doing? I should just open the file compressed. Oh, hello, Bundy. Hello. How are you? File open compressed. So I know that it's going to be a tar file. Or it's going to be it's 100% going to be a tar GZ file. So here we can just do open compressed. So I don't need to have this intermediate. So it doesn't make a huge difference. File compression gzip. I know it's gzip. 100%. Which means I think I don't need to use the file buffer at all. Like the file buffer, stinky. Don't want it. Yeah, actually, yeah. I don't think I should be using the file buffer, but check this out, Bumd. I was on a run. I was running out for a jog, as some may say. And I was thinking about how how the heck does Unity do? How does Unity do their package manager? Because I know that Unity has a package manager. I was thinking about it. And then I remember when I was looking at, I think, what's Unity spout? Unity spout. It's like Kjiro? Yeah. Clack spouts. I was looking at this. Oh, scoped registry. I wonder what that's about. And then I was browsing some NPM packages and I was like, wait a minute, this is a scoped registry. That's how Unity does it. Oh my god. That's how I can do package management with Godot. We'll just do the same thing. It's amazing. Now the only problem is that Godot does not ship with any untarring tools. So it's able to read it compressed. It's able to uncompress it like the GZ format. But then also, it's also tarred. So I need to untar it. So that's why I'm rolling my own tar algorithm here. I'm not rolling my own, I'm actually referencing this JavaScript one because it's a lot easier to read. Because I think this one's pretty direct. So yeah, I think it'll work. I think it'll work because at least on the command line when I run all the stuff, right? So tar extract z f file, what is it called? Verbal expression tar gz, right? Then you get a package. There's your package, and then as long as you've packaged it properly, I think it's okay. Yeah. So then you'll just need to go into your add-on directory. Look at all that stuff. Hit it with an npm init scoped, put in your org, all that good stuff. That'll be pretty sick. Yeah, NBA. Who is playing today? I guess NBA is starting to play. No, actually, no. Isn't it the off season for the NBA? You should be watching MLB if we're even talking about like American sports. So you would serve your packages? No, I let npm serve my packages. These are all served by npm. NBA playoffs? Who's in the playoffs? NBA playoffs? Oh, you know what? It is. It is Mavericks. 76ers? Yeah. Alright. The npm requires server? Nope. It does not. I can guarantee that it doesn't because I have downloaded this. I have downloaded this by just sending GET requests. So if you want to self-host, npm, it requires your own server, of course, because you're self-hosting it. But it's the same thing between the other thing I was showing. So you use Git. What do you mean Git? I guess I would already, yeah, I guess I would use Git. I mean, all my projects are already on Git, so yes, question mark. So like that's how this thing works, right? That's how this thing works. So if you were to search up this specific package as well, so this is the same thing that's in the Git repository, except you can see here if you go into their package folder, look at that. They just have a package.json file, and then that's what's actually pushed to npm here. Look at that. Look at that. I guess they've done it non-scoped, but it is already kind of scoped. It's kind of weird. I don't really understand how they did it. But yeah, that's the idea, is that if you want to do package management, this is how you should do it. The only problem I'm struggling on is that I'm not able to untar things properly because I always get a size that's greater than the entire buffer length, which is bizarre. It's bizarre. I think this is fine. And then the buffer will already be pre-sliced, so then we just need to grab the size. That's the idea. That's the idea. So buffer, which is some sort of array. Buffer. This needs to be buffer. Everything is pre-sliced. So there's no offset. We just assume from 0. Or we just assume that we're at 0. This one, technically, we don't need to slice it at all. That's kind of a waste. What's your problem? Slice. Slice, 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 slice. Oh, that's an integer. Yeah. So I'm doing everything I can to avoid having to ship a GD native thing or require a custom build of Godot. Because Godot has gzip, but it doesn't have tar. Why would you have gzip but not tar? Who does gzip something but doesn't tar it as well? I suppose that's something that I'm a bit confused about. So why would you have the ability to decompress a gzip file, but not the ability to untar something? Don't quite get why you need zips, because based off of this, it comes to me as a tarball with the entire package. So I'm not sure how I would grab it otherwise, right? Because this is the packaged portion of the application. Native package format would work. What does Godot's native package format look like instead of zips? So like a resource file? Absolutely not. But the idea, or the reason why I'm trying to do this is because if you already knew the Git repository, then you can just grab the Git repository. But this is what the Git repository looks like, and then you have no guarantees about how the Git repository is laid out. Like, some people will write their add-on so you can just use it as a Git submodule. Some people will do it like me, where I have a test folder, I have an add-ons folder with just other garbage inside of it. So yeah. So instead of zips, it's compressed package as far as I know. Well, I'm working off of what npm gives me. So npm gives me this. So I did not upload a tar gz, by the way. This is provided by npm, which is excellent. I like that. Now we just need a way of unzipping it, or I have a way of unzipping it. I need a way of untarring it, and then we'll figure it out, right? All right, so we'll need a buffer. We'll need the offset, which is also an int, and then the size. So that's correct. Then all of this stuff blows up, which is nice. So file, I think this is get length. So while offset get length minus chunk, and I think the last 2 bits of it are also just empty blocks, possibly. Each file archived is represented by a header block, which describes the file, followed by 0 or more blocks, which give the contents of the file. At the end of the archive file, there are 2 512 byte blocks filled with binary zeros as an end of file marker. A reasonable system should write such end of file marker at the end of an archive, but must not assume that such a block exists when reading an archive. Particularly, GNU tar always issues a warning if it does not encounter it. GOP? Does GOP do this stuff? Package manager? Yeah, but this is Python. That's Python. I would hate to use that. See, all the the meta tools that I've seen for Godot are always not written with Godot. Yeah, I think there's a ton. Oh, me win. What the heck? Okay, this one is probably better, but this is not finished yet. This is not finished yet either. And then where are these even sending it. Yeah, I get it. Looks like they just use their own stuff. And then where does repository point to? I don't know. I guess you just have to hope and pray. Okay, here we go. Here's a tar thing. Oh baby, they have a tar thing. What's the license? Please be a good license. Yes. Okay. I don't need to write my own tar thingy anymore. God, I hate writing tar. What the heck is this? Buffer size. Is the buffer size 496? I don't think that's correct. Or is that just their custom thing? Make this a coroutine? That's not true. I don't think this is correct. Just based off this comment, I'm based off this comment and the fact that the buffer size is 496, I don't think this is correct. But then they do this correctly. That's weird. File. So they give you a file for entry and entries. Target directory. 496. Oh, 4096, sorry. 4096. 4096 is presumably 8 times 512? Is that 8 times 512? 8 times 512? Yeah. Sorry, I got really lazy with how I was talking. Collect file, raw header, get string from ASCII. I guess these are all ASCIIs, huh? So yeah, the raw header is always going to be 512 in length, yeah. And then you can just read from the raw header. But then how? Okay, well, we can always grab this and I'll just include their license at the very top of this file. I'm a little confused as to what buffer size refers to though. Yeah. So the max of either the buffer size or the, well, no, that's the end of file, right? No, end of file is only 2 blocks of empty zeros. Yeah, where every block is 512. Weird how they put the buffer size at the very top, but they didn't put the block size at the very top, because the block size is always going to be 512. Anyways, tar defaults. No, tar uses 512. As stated here. If you're following pretty much any implementation, that's how it works. So do they have? No, they don't have any of this. Actually, check this out. This is just like a. Oh no, this is Python. Yeah, I don't care about Python. Get out of here. Python is stinky. So collect file. How does this work actually? Now that I'm actually starting to look at it, what the heck does this mean? I think this just gets all files. File. Or you need to call collect file yourself. Then you need to extract the file into your folder. Or actually, no, when you collect the files, you just push them into the entries. Yeah, the skip size is the ceiling of your entry length divided by. Yeah, that's what I have as well. That's what I have. That's what I have. Get buffer at offset. No. Offset plus chunk, right? When actually, this should be var buffer is equal to file get buffer offset plus chunk. So we'll just pass in this buffer. We'll just slice it pretty much like that. That's fine. Alright, so what are they doing here? So this is the file get position, but I don't care about where I am in the position. Although, actually, this is probably a better implementation since they are not loading it into memory like I'm doing. Yeah, that might be better, actually. Well, no, I'm not loading into memory either. I'm just calling get buffer with a given offset, I should say. With someone who embedded a Python binary. Yeah, and there's also Godot Python, but that's not what I'm trying to do, right? What I'm trying to do is that this should just be able to pull, like, as long as you have the plugin, or even if you don't have the plugin, as long as you have the runner, it should just work, right? Whereas all these other ones require, like, oh, you need to have Python installed on your path. Oh, sorry, you need to have Godot Python installed. Oh, sorry, you need to have, you know, a completely just a random binary on your path, right? You don't want that. That's a horrible way of doing it. So collect file, raw header, skip size. Okay, so they're just doing file seek, whereas I'm actually doing, I'm keeping track of my offset, which is, you know, probably not the best, but I'm already doing this as well, right? So chunk times M, they're doing entry length. I have file size divided by chunk, and then I truncate it into an integer. And then I multiply it by my chunk size. But then I guess I guarantee that we'll always skip ahead at least one chunk, which might not be the greatest idea. Yeah. File get length. Yeah, and then I'm doing this thing as well. The offset is just the position. I guess I can do it like that, but it doesn't make a huge amount of... doesn't make too much difference. Yeah, I can do that. File seek, or if file get position is less than that whatever, and then we can just grab a random buffer, so we don't even need to use the offset. We only need to have the offset, or actually no, we only need to calculate the offset once. Otherwise it's just not used. Well, no, because we need to keep track of where we header offset. We can just that's actually file get position. That's your offset. Then here, what you can do is calculate this part like so. So file seek whatever the heck this is, right? Looks good. No U. Entries append entry. Yeah, file info. That's what I'm doing as well. Collect file. While true, I just have a break. Yeah. If null entry, return true. Null entry is true. What? What? 2 consecutive null entries marks the end of the file. You know what? That totally makes sense. This should still probably work. Too few arguments for, oh, sorry. Read text file. All right, well, let's wait on that, I suppose. Because now the API is slightly changed. I no longer have all the results I need. Okay, so now we just have no results. That's great. That's fantastic. So untar from file. Exporting packs. Yeah, I've seen that, yeah. Exporting packs. Yeah, so it just gives you a bunch of files that then drops into your, basically your .resource folder, your resource directory. So I'm not really into that. Because then you need to have a very specific kind of thing, and then you also need to have, or you need to export it from a compatible Godot engine editor. So I'm not a huge fan of that. I want to recommend you a itch game. It's a humble or horror project. Can I spam? I mean, you can post it. Please don't spam, but you can post it, I guess. I don't really play games on stream, but Meat Shift. Kind of a weird name for sure. It's a narrative game. Takes place in the dirty halls of a slaughterhouse and meat packing facility just after the turn of the 20th century. Animal, death, gore, blood. Short horror game made for a 7-day FPS. 2020. 7-day FPS. Thought about joining that. Yeah, that looks cool. It reminds me of. It kind of sounds like Amnesia, a machine for pigs. Amnesia, machine for pigs. Yeah, isn't Amnesia a machine for pigs? Is almost the same idea. Is that it's like in a whatever. Yeah, Amnesia for a machine for pigs is almost the same kind of idea. Because it's like this is supposed to be in some sort of industrial revolution era thingamajig. This is turn of the 20th century, industrial revolution. Well, no, turn of the 20th century. That's roughly 1910. Max 1910, I should say. So while file get position, blah blah. Do you want me? It seems set in the formal Soviet Union. You are just a humble worker. It's hard to say. This looks more like the U.S., but personally, or it's U.S. or the U.K. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll play it. Just because it has a red color scheme doesn't mean it's Soviet inspired. What? Hold on. It didn't hit the breakpoint? Open compressed. Does it just return an error? What happened? Did it just return an error? What? So if this is not okay, in the US there's more garbage and the smoke is blacker. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that's how that worked. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So there is an error that occurred. A file open compressed. So there's an error. What's the error? Error is 15. Where are the global error codes? Error. I'm dying, dude. What is 15? File unrecognized error? What do you mean file unrecognized? Is it tar? It's a TGZ, which is a tar GZ. Do you want me to like change the file name? Like it doesn't matter. Like you can theoretically just open whatever you want, right? Like file name does not matter at all. It's only the magic header that matters when you are opening files. So open compressed, what the heck? Please, sir. Open compressed. Open compressed. Oh, it can only read files that were saved by Godot, not third-party compression formats. What the heck? Why would you do that? What? Why? Why would you do that? That's so dumb. Anime. Anime is good. I've not watched any anime recently, but I suppose if you're into that. What's airing right now? Is there anything good that's airing that's not Slice of Life? Is there anything that's good that's airing that's not Slice of Life? Spy, yeah, Spy Family. I heard that's pretty good. I ship it. You know, back in my day, we used to ship 2 dudes called Hunter and Hunter. I eagerly await the return of Hunter x Hunter. So file, get buffer, file, gets. Is it possible that this could get really big? Get file, get length, get length. Yeah. So that's your buffer, and then we'll decompress dynamic because I just have no idea. File. Oh, is it because I can't? No. I mean, this should still work. Decompress dynamic should still work, I think. No, anime plot. Anime plot. And some animes have really good plots. I think it's only if you're watching. I guess the newest trites kind of content. Like it's okay. Well, it's not something I would admit about myself. Reached 55 finished animes. That's not actually that many. How many have I finished? If you look at my anime list, I finished quite a few. How many are there? Is there a way to count? Sort by score? I guess I haven't actually. No, I have. I've completed quite a few. I don't know you, but I recommend Welcome to the NHK. That's on my list of things to watch, for sure. It's on my list of things to watch. You know what? Also, I'm looking at it. Not all of these are. Not all of these are. Yeah, some of these are movies. I've watched quite a few. I like watching the movies better than watching a TV season because it's just easier to watch. I think if you want something that lots of people don't recommend, I would recommend Death Parade. That's pretty good. Wasteful Days of High School Girls. Yep, you mentioned that before. You like, I remember you, Dash. You like to watch Slice of Life. I don't. if you kind of gather from, I guess, yeah, Angel Beats isn't Slice of Life. Death Parade is not Slice of Life. Fate Zero is definitely not Slice of Life. Psychopath's not Slice of Life unless you're a cop. Shokugeki, not Slice of Life. This one is kind of Slice of Life. Anohana, that's pretty good. Another, not Slice of Life. Charlotte, not Slice of Life. Code Geass, not Slice of Life. Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, not Slice of Life. Fate Zero, definitely not Slice of Life. All these. Watch the anime. So recommend Euphoria. No, HP. What's Euphoria? Is Euphoria an anime? Drama series? I don't have HBO. And I don't really feel like pirating either. Euphoria? Miniseries? Recovering teenage drug addict who struggles to find her place in the world and follows a group of high school students through their experiences of identity, trauma, drugs, self-harm, family, friendships, love, and sex. It's Israeli? It's Israeli? Question mark? Right, Euphoria anime? Oh, you said it, not the HBO series. Sorry. Euphoria anime. Sorry. What is this? On IMDb. Anime, my anime list. 5.9 on my anime list. That's how you know it's bad. It's a famous hentai? Okay. You got me. I've never heard of it. I'm not gonna watch it. You got me. You got me. I commend your efforts. Alright, plus equals all of this. I think I messed this up. No, I did not mess this up. Send me forward. Take this out. Then this one, we need to do, this will be file buffer, because we need to load it all into memory, unfortunately. That's just how it works. Size. Then this will be file buffer, probably slice it. And we probably need to slice it. So this will be, you know, the least animes I've ever recommended to someone? I don't know. Story from laughter. Yeah, that's one of the few. It's like it's like genuine laughter mixed with like I'm nervous. Please don't get me canceled for accidentally looking at a something I shouldn't be looking at. File buffer slice. So we need to slice from our offset up to our offset plus our chunk. Critical Most watched is not that bad. Don't know why people fuzz about it this much. I'm not watching a hentai. I'm sorry. I got other things to watch. If I'm going to sit down and watch something, I'm gonna watch something that has a little bit more content to it. I got a clip. Recommend someone. He might go to Happy Sugar. Like, yeah, that's the two you mentioned before. Have you considered watching other animes? Just a thought. So this buffer is correct, right? So if we send it here, yeah. So we have a package license, and then our package verbal expressions, but then the size is too big because it just reads to the end of the file. Oh, they cancel mana culture. Vanilla is good too. I'm not. I don't like that I know what you're talking about, but no. I think if I just wanted to watch vanilla, I think I'd just go to the preeminent sexual content site. Or better yet, just go out to a bar, maybe touch some grass, and also talk to girls. Because talk to girls or guys if you're into that. No, I'm not into that. Death Note if you don't watch. I've watched Death Note. I mean, if you want to see my list of things, this isn't even like a comprehensive list of things that I watched, but it's pretty good. I've watched most of the big ones, which is why I don't watch anime anymore. Watch other anime. By the way, we watched the dude that made Zero Time on Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah, the making anything or remaking any game in any other engine, the hard part isn't the mechanics, because I don't think that the Ocarina of Time one had that many mechanics, right? Because usually the hard part is remaking the mechanics, but the other harder part is making the assets. Assets are definitely the hard part. Oh, did he actually make, did he remake the entire game? If he remade the entire game, that's amazing. Yeah, that's super impressive work. But if he's just like, yo, you can walk around whatever the heck the forest area is called, or maybe you can walk around, the tree. Come inside me, Link, so that I may draw out your full potential. I feel like this isn't correct. I feel like this isn't correct because the file size is just way too big. But it should also be decompressed already. It's the best thing I've ever seen. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I think people always rag on me for being nervous about copyright, but I'm not. I think I'm nervous about copyright for the right reasons, is because people tend to be pretty litigious. I think this is just for tar files. Like, this is not even like compressed stuff. Yeah. So I think they're just using tar files for their whatever. Serialize. Dependency serialized? What the heck is dependency? What the heck is dependencies? Ugh. Aku no Hana? Aku, demon flower? Aku no Hana? Flowers are evil? That's pretty close. That's pretty close. I almost got that just by like... I almost got that. Isn't Aku no Hana, this is the same author that wrote, was it Path of Blood? Chi no wa dachi. Blood on the Tracks? Isn't this the same author? I mean, this is an anime. Aku no Hana. Oh, hello, Katten. Hello. I'm sorry, I'm being distracted. Who is the author? Oshimi Suzo. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. I think if you want to read something that's pretty shocking, at least for the first few chapters before it starts getting into... It doesn't really develop into melodrama at any point. I recommend this one. Drawn by rotoscoping? Well, maybe I'll watch it. I didn't realize it was an anime adaptation. But hello, Katten. Hello. What do you do if Elon Musk buys GitHub? I mean, I'll probably still use it unless he like changes a lot of stuff, right? Like, I think this might be an unpopular opinion, but Elon Musk is not like stupid, right? He might be like kind of a dick, but you know, it's like people always like to rag on like, oh, he's just rich, but it's like he was also able to start up several companies, or at least bounce around several companies that are more or less pretty successful nowadays, right? Like PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, those aren't bad. And even though his like social media presence is kind of bizarre, he still hasn't been like fully canceled yet. Looks like you didn't read the whole message, but it looks like it doesn't look like anime, but it's an anime. Yeah. Well, I was just comparing it to something that I've already read, right? Like Chino Wadachi, Trail of Blood is, I don't think it has an anime adaptation because it's still in progress and it's almost done as well. I didn't know PayPal was it. Well, he was part of it, wasn't he? Wasn't Elon Musk, PayPal? What was his relation? Yeah, X.com and PayPal, yeah. He was one of the founders of PayPal. So like, he's not like dumb. I saw a lot of people like to, he's just eccentric, right? He's eccentric. He doesn't really care about his like, how he looks outwardly, which is somewhat unfortunate, but you know, so it goes. Unless some of that arrogance says, heck, anyone who contradicts about his genius is part of the PayPal mafia. Yeah. So if Elon Musk bought GitHub, just like how Elon Musk bought Twitter, I'm like, we'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure I know what Elon Musk is doing with Twitter though. Is he's gonna use it to push his cryptocurrency. I'm pretty sure he's like super bought into Dogecoin. And so he's going to, he's gonna push Dogecoin for like payments on the platform. And then once he pumps it, right? It's a classic pump and dump, of course. I've seen it many times before. So once he buys PayPal, right? Dogecoin is starting to go up. And then eventually it's going to crash, right? So along this sector here is wherever he's going to dump it. He's probably going to try to dump it around here. And they'll make a lot of money, and that's how he's going to pay back his investments that he took from several large banks. Yeah. Which was Yuri anime? No. I don't watch Yuri. Yuri? I don't know what that means. The Yuri? Is that hentai? Is that another hentai? This doesn't look like anything I would want to watch, so no. Probably not. You're saying that Elon Musk is worse than Microsoft? Probably not. I mean, Right now, Microsoft is pretty good. So I'm getting distracted, but it's just like, it's this part. It's this part. I don't understand why. It's giving me a size that's bigger than the total size of the file. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And then we also need to hold on to the buffer somewhere as well. I guess we'll just hold on to the buffer here. Yuri is not about Yuri. Well, I'm glad that you know what it. I'm glad you know what it is. Yuri sounds delicious. Maybe it's giving the uncompressed size. It's not. It shouldn't. Is that how tar works? So then, how do I uncompress the size? Because you can't. If you want to read the tar file, you must uncompress it first. Otherwise, you just get a bunch of garbage. Are you reading a tar file? I'm reading a tar.gz file. So if you were to send a GET request to this URL, actually, what happens if you just send it? Okay, yeah. If you just send it, you just get the raw thing. And I think you can't you just format it as well? Either way, you can copy and paste this into like a JSON beautifier or whatever. So JSON, whatever, beautify me, send me. GZ compresses the tar. Tar isn't compressed but has padding bytes. Yes. Yeah. So I've already decompressed it, and I'm getting valid stuff back from it as well. Sakura Trick is a Yuri. I don't watch Yuri. I'm not into that. It's a bit too weird for me. So file buffer. Too many Fs. Then here, we don't need to pass in a buffer, but we do need to file a buffer. Just slice it, dude. All right, so then we can go back to this, whatever. Print it out, and then we can see that we actually run into, yeah. So it prints out the license properly. It prints out the license properly, but then it also just prints out the rest of everything that happens to be stored. Well, actually, where is the... Yeah, I mean, here are the null bytes, right? You can see the null bytes here. But if I were to set a breakpoint here, we can check the results. So the results, we have our package license. That's correct. Size, whatever. Header offset. Oh, actually, the header offset's wrong as well. Why didn't the header offset print properly? Aho girl anime? I don't know what that means. Aho girl? Oh, it's dumb girl? Aho. I've not watched it. I don't watch any slice of life or comedy. Sorry. I don't watch explicitly slice of life or comedy. You gotta gut punch me if you want me to watch like a slice of life, like Clan Ad. I know I can annoy you with hentai topics. Well, I don't get annoyed. It's just like I'm not gonna watch it. Something I do get slightly annoyed by is talking about like slice of life anime. That's like, yeah, like I can make a few comments, I suppose, but like I'm 100% not gonna watch a slice of life. If it's just like, you know, this is my life, hooray. You know, I'd rather watch a slice of life that's like, this is my life, and life is suffering. Please kill me now. Spoilers for Clan Ed, I suppose. Because I've watched Clan Ed. You do not open Google Images. Hentai is bad. You know. You're not watching hentai for the plot, I'm assuming. Why is my offset off, by the way? So my offset, I started at 0. Why did the first offset get set to 496? Oh, because it's still using file position, which is why it's wrong. Sorry. Because I tried to use Godot's built-in file decompression stuff, but that is infeasible for many reasons. But yeah, here's the outputs. So this is right. This is right. Right, this is the license. It's able to pick up the license properly as well. So the license is correct, but then here, oh, hold on. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? This is the file name. Why did it print the file name? Huh? This should only be the file contents. Is my offset off? So how Godot does slicing is it's inclusive and inclusive, which is slightly bizarre. But this is the offset that I'm pass in. Should it be like offset +1? Do you think that'll work? Or will it just like explode? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? No. Oh, okay, the offset +1 just cut off the M. That's good. Or no, the size, is it just the size? Wait, so, no, size -2 will, I don't know. I thought it was size -1, and then this is the size file size. So you don't want to do an inclusive. Hold on. Put me here. So we'll just hang on the first print. Send me once. This is what we get. This is the license. So, and actually, we're still cutting it off for some reason as well, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because of this offset here. We don't care. It's bad for your health. Oh, thank you for redeeming my hydrate. I'm still like super confused. By the way, Cadden, if I had to describe what I'm doing, check it out. This is how you can grab or actually do real package management using Godot or for Godot. So if you upload something to a scoped registry inside of NPM, because NPM does not actually stand for Node Package Manager. I think it used to, but in recent years, like in the past 5 years or the past decade, it no longer stands for that. So you can upload whatever you want. Yeah, so I can grab the tar file just by sending a GET request to this endpoint, which is the package name plus the scope plus the version, and then it gives me a tar, and then also allows you to just look at the GET repository. But the GET repository is not structured in such a way that you can just add it to your project, of course, because everyone does it differently. So I do it, so I structure it like a regular Godot project. But here what I've done is doing an npm init scoped on this specific directory. So when I untar and ungz the given tar file from here, then it'll give me, it'll just give me something that is correct. Godot may be a correct pronunciation in British English. Yeah, just like sushi is also technically a correct pronunciation of sushi in English as well. That's not how we pronounce it though. It's sushi, not sushi. We don't say sushi. You know, hello, Gavna. Wanna join me for some sushi? Exception does an acceptable job. Remember, 2 liters per day of Coke. De-acronymed it. Yeah, it's been de-acronymed for a while. At least since I've been out of school, so at least 5 years. I think at least for the past decade. It's like a common misnomer that npm stands for Node Package Manager, but that's not true. Like you can even check it here. If you were to just refresh the page, Newton's programmatic measurements, and you just keep refreshing it. Nascent plasticine materialist. What does that mean? Nascent plasticine materialist? So a materialist who's into plasticine and they're nascent? Eh? Are distracting you? Oh, this is also true. Yes. I've been distracted talking about anime though. Read text file. So this is the header offset. Header offset. Yeah, that's the header offset. I size, yeah. Because that's all the blocks inside of it. But the question is, why does it skip every other thing? Or I wonder, if we go back to here, send me. Send it, send it. Oh. This is not actually everything that it's supposed to be. Package.package. Oh, actually, no, this is it. Right, because you can see the package.json here. Show portability across different architectures, different byte orderings. The information in the header record is encoded in ASCII. Yeah. So I am reading it in ASCII. See, but this is one of the problems that I can see here, is that it's printing this as a full line. 12 file size and bytes octal. Yeah. So I can see that, right? But we're not capturing that file header. So I'm able to capture package license, package verbal expressions, and then it should also be package readme.markdown and package.json, package.package.json. So here, what I'm doing is I'm explicitly skipping, and this is just for testing, by the way. We're not actually going to be using this. But I'm wondering, what is wrong with my parsing algorithm? So on tar from file, so it must be something with how I'm calculating the offsets, because it is able to parse the correct thing. Or maybe what I should be doing is just converting this to ASCII? Maybe? Or maybe when I slice it, I should just immediately... So what I'm doing actually is I'm converting it to chars, right, characters. But maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I can just do... I'll just take this slice. So it's string view to ASCII, get string from ASCII. And then similarly, oh, I actually do the same thing for here, so that's fine. But then here... so get rid of this as well. Size string, hold on, what did I change this to? Yeah, so we can do size view, get from ASCII, because I guess char might be UTF-8. Yeah, okay, so it's doing UTF-8, so that might be a problem, maybe. But another idea is maybe using asset library in Godot, maybe use an import option or use a different URL. Absolutely not. I think the asset library in Godot is flawed, because it requires manual review if you want to publish a package. Doggo. 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 Doggo is great. Actually, that's actually a sick name. What if you were to fork the project, switch the G and D, but keep like the French pronunciation, so it's Doggo. Doggo. God, I love using the engine Doggo, also known as Doggo. No, I'm spilling my drink on myself. What a waste. Doga? Godot? I don't think it's Dogat. Dogat? Oh, I guess Dogat. I think you keep if you did it to go, more people would pronounce it to go as opposed to Dogat. Because I think when people see Godot, they think go dots, which is not right. Doggo is a breed of dog in Argentina, is it? To go. Yeah, there's a lot of potentialities there. All right, this is still wrong, but I guess I don't need to do any of the fancy parsing anymore, so I don't need to. I guess that's fine. What happens here? So it must be with something with the string size. Yeah, so that's about right. This one doesn't seem right. I do need to trim the prefixes and also strip all the suffixes as well. It's the evil version of Godot. I'm actually running a custom version of Godot myself, so check it out. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that, TOML. Custom TOML support in my build of Godot. If you manage to make this work somehow, I know how to make this work easily. Like the most direct option is to just use GD native and then just ship a binary with you every single time. It could be main. Oh yeah, of course, definitely. For packages, yeah. I think my implementation is a little scuffed because it requires you to have the plugin if you want to sync your packages. I was thinking about, what if I just made like a thing that's like sync packages. So just actually modify Godot. Again, I'm trying to avoid doing that too often though. Yeah, it's this number here. So I keep getting this number. I keep getting that number as a size. But I feel like that's not correct. Because I can also demonstrate, right? I can also demonstrate. Maybe this isn't it. No, this is it, yeah. Look at that. So when I tar this, when I untar this from the command line, package manager required to pull packages, yeah. It's a password. It's not a password. This is the raw string that I get back from when checking the file size, right? And you might notice I'm currently at a breakpoint that the file buffer is of size 19456. So having a size of 27667, so my buffer size is only 19,000, but it's saying that the file size is 27,000, which is not right. You know, I'm not a math nerd or anything, but I would say that 27,000 is greater than 19,000. I'm not sure why, because when I untar this from the command line, from the terminal, right, we can see that this does give me everything. It gives me all the correct stuff. So there's your README. There's all your stuff, right? You can cat your package.json. Can you ignore the size and work with it? But then how do I determine? I would need to parse through every single byte and then just look for something that looks like a package name. I guess how would I do that? How would I do that? I think what I'm thinking instead is that there's something wrong with my calculation here. So looking at the tar format itself, and I suppose this is not. It's possible the NPM is not using a strict version of the tar format, and instead they're doing whatever the heck they want. Hard code with the offsets. What calculation are you using? I'm basing it off of this implementation here because it's easier to read. I tried looking at the Python implementation, but the Python one requires too many things. The Python implementation is ridiculous that I don't care about. In place that require code to capture the data. Well, I don't know what the data is, right? Because everything is in bytes. Everything is a byte, and I don't know how big each string is. And I don't know what it's gonna look like. I suppose what I could do is just parse the entire thing as a text file, and then just look for, package. But even then, that's not a good plan. Replace the required code to capture data and see what you're getting. Well, I know what I'm getting, right? Because I've been printing it out. So this is what I'm getting. Like this is the incorrect line. This is the incorrect line. Or this is one of the incorrect lines. Right, so if you get that, that's wrong. That's on a single line. So what this should be is it should just be, I should capture package.json as a single line. These are all the header bytes that we don't care about. And then everything here should be its own thing, right? That's the file. This is the package.json file. This is some garbage that we don't care about. Yeah. So it's tough. It's tough. Because I don't know. It looks correct to me. And then, like, even if we run the runner by itself, so I can demonstrate. Oh, we're crashing. Yeah, we crashed. Say goodbye. Yeah. R.I.P. Rip. Rest in pepperonis. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's because, like, it's allocated too much memory and then it's just, like, slowly killing itself. But if we run again, get out of here. So we print once. We can see here that I'm actually grabbing the next line. So I print the license. The license is correct because that's the first result that we get. So in the results size 0, or no, index 0, we have package license. It's a file. Has a size of 2102, which is not quite correct because it's for whatever reason including package verbal expressions GD. The Python implementation, there are 3 formats of tar files. Yeah, there are 3 formats of tar files, but it shouldn't matter in my opinion. Yeah, so you can see I've already clicked on this and I can go back to libtarfile.py. And then there's just a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. Yeah. It's tough. Yeah, so there's the GNU implementation, there's the PAX implementation, oh, and then there's ustar. Yeah, so I'm using ustar, I think. I think I'm using ustar. It's possible that we're actually using PAX, but it shouldn't really matter. And then we're also just parsing the bytes into strings anyways. And then we also don't need to read any of these. Like, most of this stuff I don't care about. I only care about the record. Or not the record. I only care about random stuff. So I wonder. I was looking at the Python implementation first, but I really don't want to use the Python implementation. If I could implement this in Godot, that would be fantastic. I'm just struggling with figuring out. You know what? You know what? Is it this part? Is it this part? I wonder if it's the string name that's kind of wrong. Or no, it's the file size. It's 100% the file size. It's 100% the file size. So the view is giving me something that's incorrect. So it's possible. Does Godot have slicing like Python? I am slicing it, yeah. So if you see here that I'm hitting it with a buffer slice. So I'm pre-slicing the buffer. I pre-slice the buffer here. So untar from file. There's our file buffer. We just hold on to the file buffer for whatever reason. I'm gonna get rid of this part. So I don't need this part anymore. Because what I should do is write the files afterwards. But we keep track of an offset. D-enjoyer, ooh. I have written some D. I strongly dislike D, if only because there's like no one who uses it, so there's no reason to use it. So writing real applications in D is like a huge pain because there's no reference. Yeah, like I was working on, for like the Nochi 2D stuff, there was face track. Yeah, so yeah, see, you see someone actually started face track D. I was writing a thing for, maybe not. Where's my branch? Yeah, open cface GD, or no, just open cface D. So it works kind of. There's just this one part that doesn't work that I don't know how to map, because it works with a bunch of quaternions, and then the library that Inochi 2D uses is like kind of old. And then for whatever reason, every single math program out there uses a different implementation for quaternions. So it's a huge pain to work with. Ruby enjoy? No, Ruby sucks. Let's go out and say that. To buffer, create ustar. I don't need to create any headers. I don't care about headers. But I do need to parse. Yeah, and see here, this is how they parse it, is they just, yeah, they just slice it, but I don't care about slicing it. 124 to 136. Actually, how does Python slicing work? Python slice list. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to hear it from me, but yeah, Ruby kind of sucks. I hate Ruby. Because Ruby, the syntax is not standard. Like the Ruby syntax is just whatever you want it to be, which sucks. Yeah, this gives you the entire list. Is Ruby slicing inclusive or exclusive? Yeah, slice me. So 1 to 5 should give you 70. Ah, get out of here. 72. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 90. Yeah, Python slicing is exclusive. Inclusive, exclusive. Which is why when I slice it here, I'm always slicing by -1. Oh, is it because of this? I should be slicing by -1. Please don't be that. I'd be very disappointed. And then should the offset also be... no, because it's inclusive. Your start slice, your start point is inclusive, which is fine. Yeah. List object start stop step. Yeah. But it's start stop, but start is inclusive, stop is exclusive. In GDScript is inclusive on both sides. Yeah, which is why you need to slice like that. Why do we keep crashing? What the heck? This happens occasionally. Hold on. This happens. Usually that means that there's a zombie process somewhere, but I don't think it's you. That's OpenCFace. Let's kill Postman. Next cam is starting to take up a lot of memory as well, but that's fine. Pero but it's vital for playing RPG Maker, similar to playing the Caballo Loco. What's Caballo? The crazy thingy? Caballo. Crazy horse? Maybe locking the file? It's possible. I don't know. Well, we can figure it out. GD native? Yeah, GD native is very possible. I'm trying to avoid using GD. Yeah, like GD native is the easiest way of doing this, for sure. 100% is the easiest way of doing it. You said you didn't want to, yeah. Because I want this to be easily distributable. Like that would be highly optimal. Alright, so this doesn't really help. So you print it. You can see here. roughly the same thing. Kill it, run it again. Run once. I think it has something to do with this. I think it's because it's slightly offset. It's slightly offset when it shouldn't be slightly offset. And that's what's breaking some stuff. I think that's it. So we do pool byte array. We just grab all of this, right? It doesn't matter. So we slice it, and then we get string from ASCII. Something like that, so we just don't do any of this. What happens? It should be like the same stuff. Oh! No, I mean that's the same stuff though. Or at least it doesn't go too far. I think. Maybe. Yeah, like this is correct. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. That's correct. But then where did the other parts of the file come from? What the heck? Alright, so I don't want to be processing this as UTF-8. I think that's correct. Sure. So I think my initial test was wrong. That's fair. We go down to here. No, this is advanced expression. I should be looking at verbal expressions. Verbal expressions, verbal expressions, verbal expressions. So add-ons, verbal expressions GD. So NGR, yeah. But then it can't find the rest of it. Presumably because it's just not in. Maybe, is it because I'm not able to load it in? Is it because I'm not able to load it in? Because we run out of space in the buffer. But is it because like that's the file buffer, right? Here's a weird idea. What if I just do this? Print full string array file buffer get head to string. Hold on. Pool byte array, sorry. Pool byte array. Get string from ASCII. So what happens if we just send it like that? What are you giving me? Package license. Eh? What do you mean? Huh? What? Get string from ASCII. I'm thinking. Is it because of the null terminated bytes? Get UTF-8. Is it because of that? So if we print it like that, then this should give me... No? Why is it only giving me package license? Like, this should be the entire buffer, isn't it? Or is there more to the file? I don't know. What does that mean? Because this should be the entire file. This should be the entire file. When we call get buffer takes a length, and then we can get the length. Yeah. Get line. Text is interpreted as being UTF-8 encoded, which is what we don't want to do because it's not actually a text file. Get buffer returns the next length bytes of the file as a pool byte array. That's correct. But then we don't want to decompress it on the fly. We actually need to decompress the entire thing because the entire thing is compressed, right? Get modified time. No, we don't. Yeah, the entire file is compressed. We don't care. What we could do is just write, like we could decompress the file doing this and then read it back in. What's length do? It's the length function from Python, basically. I wonder, what if I just get the buffer, decompress it, write it back to the file system, and then read it again from the file? If that makes any sense. Something about this doesn't seem right. Does it get the length of the file with or without header and padding? It should just be the entire length. Hold on. Actually, you know, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'm not sure. Yeah, it returns the size of the file in bytes. Yeah, so it's just all the bytes. It doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure. I could just run through. Like I could just iterate through the entire file as get8 to guarantee. So I size of the file sounds like not including the header size. I mean, I am able to process the header though. Right? I am actually processing the header because I'm able to read the first one. I'm able to read yeah. It gives me this one correctly. It gives me the license, package.license, right? Or package/license correctly. That's not a problem. Oh, you know what? I should not be doing that, by the way. You know what? That's why Godot is starting to freeze on me. I've been just closing it without letting it close the file itself. I see. Because when you stop it like that, it doesn't actually close the file, so it has too many file handles open. I should actually be letting it play out without the breakpoints before stopping the process. So it's something here. It's something with read file size. Something where read file size is not correct. Or is it? It's also possibly. No, but the file buffer contains everything, right? The file buffer contains everything because it was previously printing everything that I needed to print. No, you can't. I have faith. I have alcohol. Not faith. For some people, it's roughly the same thing, though. Can I see the read file size again? Yes. Yeah, this is something I'm very confused about. So which part are you wanting to see? Are you wanting to see this part? So it's 2102 and then 27667, the source code of it. Oh, this part. Read file size. This part, yes. So I know that the tar file that I'm reading is only about 19.5 thousand bytes. Alcohol is when a bug appears. No, alcohol makes me a better programmer. Almost certainly, because I just stopped thinking about how to structure things and instead just do it. Do it. Yeah. So I know that this logic is correct. This logic is correct. This logic is not. Maybe. Right, we can iterate through it and see that, you know, at least for the package verbal expressions, so verbal expressions GD, that's correct. It's able to get the correct title. And then because we're able to get the correct title, that means that the buffer is correct that are passing in. Makes me a better writer, understand you? Yeah. I think alcohol, a slight amount of alcohol makes you better at a lot of things. Because I think a lot of people tend to overthink. Most people tend to overthink. So it's easier just to, you know, take things as they come. Trust yourself more, unless you know yourself, know that you yourself cannot be trusted. Which is fair. I think I'm at the point in my life where I know that I can trust myself to make decisions on the fly. And they'll be about as good as I need them to be. Oh, this is octal, so you need to read it as base 8, not base 10. But it's not... What's the difference? Yeah, I know it's an octal, but isn't this is correct? What's the difference? Drink 2, un chupito de vodka. What's a chupito? Translate. Chupito. Pacifier? No, give me Spanish. Shot. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know. Chupito. A shot? Or possibly a pacifier if you're from Brazil. 2 ints, it probably assumes decimal. You know what? That's good intel. That's good intel. Okay. So we take this out. For I in size view, size string plus equals I as int. It's an integer for sure. What's 2 ints? 2 ints. String 2 ints. Don't you leave many comments in your code? Not usually. I think when I'm not sure what I'm doing, there's no value in leaving comments. Right, so right now I don't really know what I'm doing. Right now I'm just kind of, I'm looking at other people's reference implementations and just trying it on myself. I think comments are only good when you want to really lock in functionality. So I don't want to use car here. I mean, maybe need a chipito. I don't take shots. Shots are for scrubs. Sorry you had to hear it this way. This still is the same thing, by the way. I did it again. It still has the file open in memory. Probably. So do I need a pacifier or a shot? Riddle me this. Get string from ASCII. How do I get an octal? Or do I just need to read as an octal? But no, but this is size 12. Eh? How do I get a string from an octal? In Godot. So hold on, GD scripts. Basics. So I know that you can define an octal. I know that you can define an octal here. So base 10, or I thought you could define an octal. Maybe you can't. Okay, maybe not. Because this is a hex, sure. This is a binary, yeah. This is base 10. How do I get a number from an octal? Godot get octal. Format strings, yeah. Yeah, octal. An octal integral number expects an integral or real number will be floored. Okay, well, can't I do? 2 ints. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Octal. Hold on. This is kind of gross. 2 ints. Just again. Does that work? No? Oh, sorry, I forgot the format. It's beautiful. That's so gross. Yeah, cause see what I'm doing here? Actually, I don't even need any of these. What I'm doing is for each character multiply by 8 and minus the car to minus the base 0 to the number. I think this will work though, right? Because I can format it as an octal. So if I get the string from ASCII, right, and then I send it into this and then int it again, isn't that it? Maybe. Result size 27. That doesn't sound right. There's your package. There's some garbage. All of these are size 0. That's probably not good. Probably not good. Yeah. Then it did print the first one correctly. So the size does get... The size gets borked at some point. So that's not correct. Alright, for each character, multiply by 8 and then add the character minus the base 0. Huh? Hold on. Car to octal. Text to octal. No, I don't care. What's the algorithm? How to convert car in... This one. -6. Alright, get out of here. Convert car to octal. Or convert ASCII. ASCII to convert ASCII to octal. I don't really know what I'm looking at. How to. That's not how you spell it. So this is wrong, by the way, just in case you were wondering. So it was for each character multiply by 8. Okay. So we'll go back to this. This is a string. And for I in size view. Could have sworn that doing this is wrong though, but maybe not. Size string plus equals I multiplied by 8 and then add the car minus the base 0 to the number. Yes. Maybe. I gotta sneeze. Oh, God. You want an int out, right? Yeah, I do want an int. This is true. So I need to string this. So the accumulator should be an... But that's not correct though. Right? Because this the thing that I'm getting is actually a string value. Bless you. Oh, no you. Cuz isn't the size, I don't want to accumulate inside of an integer, right? Like it's giving me the actual size, but just an octal. You start with a string, but you're parsing it to a number. Wait, wait. Car to int string. Yeah, string. Yeah. So then size string to int. Right? Is that... I mean, we sent it. It parsed the first one correctly at the very least. So how many results do we have? We just have the one. Oh, it's of size very large. Octal to decimal conversion. Yes, please. Octal. Well, how do I go the other way around? Or, oh, it comes to me as an octal. Oh. Okay. Convert a number k to a decimal. Use the formula that defines its base 8 representation. In this formula, A is an individual octal digit being converted where I is position of the digits, counting from 0 for the rightmost digit. So k is equal to the sum of n, where I equals 0. AI is an individual octet digit, please. Oh, you can't make it bigger, huh? Or you can only make it this much bigger. Hold on. So in this formula, AI is an individual octal digit being converted where I is the position of the digits, counting from 0 from the rightmost digits. K, number k to decimal. Use a formula that defines its base 8 representation. It's the sum of... Where's... N is just the counter. I... Individual octal digit. So octal has many digits inside of it, which means I need to... Hold on. Does that mean I need to parse it to a string and then parse every single octal digits? Yeah. So given a number, given a long number like okay, I think I got it. So given a number that looks like 0027 whatever, right? I don't know if that's actually an octal. This is probably an octal. Right, so given this, I need to parse every single individual digit so we can pretend that we just space these out. Right? And then we just need to accumulate it into K. Or no, we accumulate this and this is... So we run through every single digit where AI is every single individual digit. This is saying that I is 0 at the rightmost digit. Multiply it by the base power of each digit. I'm very bad at numbers. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh no. Oh no. What's the function? what's the function? I sure. I think like in theory that makes sense to me, but I just cannot envision it in my head. Anything that is pure whatever the heck, pure math is very confusing to me. So if we go from left to right, that might be a bit easier. So starting at 0, because I don't want to go right to left, that's hard. Okay, well, let me just Google this real quick. So Godot octal to decimal. Well, that's a format string. Sure. What the heck? 3, 5? Octal. An octal integral number. Simple conversion to string by the same method as implicit string conversion, Unicode, decimal, octal will be floored. Doesn't that just mean that I can do... That's funny to understand, but it's hard. I understand the equations. Like, this, I can read it, but I just can't imagine actually pushing numbers into it. String out 0 for car in string. Out times 8. Times equals 8 out. Okay, well, yeah, we can do that. I guess that's the Python version. To octal. Some sort of text string will hopefully give me an int. So var out is equal to 0 for car in, nope, for C in text. Out times equals 8, so that'll be 0. Out plus equals the integer of C. Return out. Oh, hello, Nova. Hello, hello. How goes my evening? It is going. It is going. I've encountered my worst enemy, which is numerical math. As long as we keep everything like this, I can do this. That's not too bad. But once we start getting to like actually plugging in numbers, I'm like, I don't know, man. Just, I don't know. I can read it. Variables are easy. But once we actually start processing numbers, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Anyways, I think that was... No, that was not it. Much alcohol. The alcohol doesn't really have much difference in terms of me processing numbers. That's always something I've been pretty bad at, unfortunately. Like, I think I was very, very bad at pre-calculus, which is just a lot of like, oh, you know, take the sine, cosine, or whatever, and it's just a lot of like unit circle stuff. Numerical math can die in a fire, yeah. But once I got up to like super high level math, because I wanted to be an actuary, right, when I was still in school. But of course, that requires a lot of hand calculations, which is very tough. But yeah, like multivariable calculus for like math majors, not too bad. I mean, I did fail pretty much every test, but then on the final, I got like 110 on it, which allowed me to pass the class. Because it finally clicked. I was like, oh, okay, you just got to do it like this. You just structure the equations like this, simplify, solve for certain variables, and then plug it in. Easy. You know, higher level statistics where you only get a 4-function calculator. Very easy, actually. You just got to simplify the equation. I miss school. I don't miss school. I hated school. I'm very good at just actually doing stuff. Yeah. But it's anything where it's like I'm just dealing with raw numbers I'm very bad at. Yeah, I was part of the 1/3 of the class that actually was able to pass the upper level stats class. Everyone else failed and had to get bumped up to a D. I got a C without the bump. Oh baby. And I could have got a higher score as well if they just gave me more paper. They didn't give me enough paper. You know, they gave us only like 12 sheets of paper. I was like, can I have more paper to like do more work on? And I know you can't have more paper. So I was all right. I guess I'll just start erasing things and I need more workspace. As it turns out, you know, if you're trying to simplify like a beta distribution in order to fit into a separate distribution, you need a lot of paper. So octal, expect an integral or a real number. That's not what I want. I want an octal to... This doesn't seem to do what I think it's supposed to do. C in text. Yeah. As you understand, but hard. So 2 octal, string out 0. For C in text, which I can guarantee is going to be a size. Out times 8, integer. This is the character. Oh, hold on. That might not be correct. Every 2 last time I first mumbles. Yeah. It's a character. It's possible it's not. Hold on. Print C. We can just print it. It's fine. Maybe it's not. You know what? Some of these are not actually octals. Some of these are. Yeah, some of these are not actually octals. What the heck? Are GDScript characters one length strings or raw bytes? You know what? That's a good question. I'm not sure. How do you do... Oh, you know what? I probably need to do... Ord? See? One of these? Okay, well now I just don't get anything at all. I just don't get anything at all. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What do we got? We have a results size 0, and then we have a size of a very large number. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, what I'm trying to do, Nova, by the way, is check it out. You can upload arbitrary packages to NPM because NPM is not solely for Node, although it is very much associated with Node. And then you can just pull it in. So the only thing I need to do now is untar it. I can un-gz it, I can un-gzip it, but now I just need to untar it, and I'm running into a lot of problems. So ord C minus ord 0. That makes sense to me. So ord C minus ord 0, possibly. I mean, it gave me something, at least here. Kill it. So here we go. Size 8704. That seems unlikely. Yeah, and then this is just a very large size. Honestly, didn't know you could do non-node stuff with NPM. Yeah, it's not so. It's something I didn't realize either until I started looking at K0. Clack. Yes. Clack spouts. Yes. So here, I was looking at this thing before. I was like, wait a minute. How does Unity do it? Oh, Unity does it in the same way. So Unity uses scoped registry. Scoped registry is an NPM thing. I put the pieces together while I was on a run. I was like, oh, look at that. It's just a Unity package. And then you can even see here, if you go into packages, there we go. There is the package.json in NPM format. Look at that. So that's what inspired me to do this. Oh, that's how you can do it. That's amazing. So I've already thrown up all my packages, or most of my packages, up onto NPM. Let me see. This doesn't seem right, by the way. So what is ord? What is ord? Ord. All right, I guess just send me, dude. I'll cancel out so it closes the file so I don't crash anymore. Ord returns an integer represented. Oh, this is Unicode. It's Unicode. I can't use car. Okay. This is ASCII. So this is C. 2. Ooh. I need to. How do I? 2 ASCII. And I know that this is a character, so 2 ASCII. I don't think that's right, because then these are two pool byte arrays. Right? You can't just subtract two pool byte arrays. This is gonna throw an error? Yeah. Send me. But then now I just have a bunch of bytes that I don't know what to do with. So is there a way to do like UTF-8? ASCII just means it's single bytes? Yeah. I know ASCII's faster, yeah. ASCII has less code points in it for sure. But even if I did like 2 UTF-8, like I could just do car and it would just, or no, I don't want to do car. I want to do, what, isn't it? Returns an integer representing the Unicode code point of the given Unicode character char. I'm really trying to avoid going into. I want to do this all in GD scripts because then it's super redistributable. ASCII just means it's in single bytes. So does this mean I can do just pop off the first part of it? Okay, well, now we're back to where we were before, I suppose. Doesn't actually print it correctly, I suppose, either. There's something here. 2 octal. The file size is just ultra wrong. Hold on. What is the text that I'm passing in here? So the text is 2102. So we run through it. 2102. Wait, what? That's not right, is it? What? Oh, it's because there's a space at the end of it. There's a space at the end of it, which is why everything is getting super messed up. Is that it? There's a space, I think. Strip edges? Why is there a space? Is there still a space here? Oh no, please don't. Please tell me it's right. I guess it's right. Yeah, okay, file size 1090. Was that it? No, well, maybe. No. No, that's not right. No, that's still not right. Notice in this permission notice, yeah. So it's actually placed it in the middle of the README because it's using Apache 2. So when you look at the actual output text, yeah, it only, or it's not Apache 2, it's actually MIT, but it doesn't print the entire thing. Spurs. What is... I'm losing my mind. We're so close. I can feel it. Is it ORed? If I just use ORed, is this good enough? Is it, and also, I'm doing minus. It should be plus. I'm pretty sure it's minus, though, because we want to take out the 0 character. If there is a 0 character. No, that's not it. So this is the same thing. Okay. No, that's my DigitalOcean. Get out of here. What is decimal? Or no, octal to decimal. Octal to decimal. Algorithm. Python. Sure. Code crackers. Stack Overflow. Yes. My dream. From decimal to octal. Well, okay, that's completely useless. For I in range, just reverse the function. Am I doing it backwards? Am I doing it backwards? Is that it? Is it supposed to be this? Well, I mean, it's closer, I suppose. I think this part is still wrong. So if you look at here, yeah, we still have a very large file. And the size, no, I mean, if you find decimal to octal, sure. Oh, yeah, definitely. If you find decimal to octal, then yeah, you just need to reverse it. Decimal to octal, then octal to decimal. To decimal. Python octal to decimal. Sure. Actually, is there a way to convert this to binary? To binary. BRB? No, I'll be here. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Int. I don't think there's any way for me to... Godot to decimal. Godot from octal. Sure. Format strings. Yeah. I only have format strings. An octal integral number expects an integral or real number. Okay. What happens if I just format string the octal? Will it give it to me as a... Octal. What do you got? This is the only octal thing. How goes it? It's going. It's going. I'm gonna explain this several times, but check it out. NPM allows you to upload things that are not node packages because NPM does not stand for Node Package Manager. So the idea is that I'll be able to do this. So if you send a GET request to roughly this URL, it's not exactly this URL, it's the registry.npmjs.com/this scoped registry plus the version, you'll be able to download a tar.gz file like so. Then if you untar it, then you'll get a package containing whatever the heck you package. So this is how I'm envisioning package management. So the only thing I'm missing at this point is the ability to untar. And I'm struggling because the octal size is wrong. I'm close though. I'm close. I can feel it. I'm close. Like I thought like just returning the size string would be enough, I thought. But it's possible it's not. So if we just don't use toOctal, right? Size string, that's not an int. Yeah, all right, just send it so we can close the file. But if we do size string to int one of these, yeah, let's just ignore that. That's fine. We get two things: the license plus the verbal expressions.gd file, but the size is completely wrong, right? Oh, so we send it twice. That's fine. You can see that it prints out, or I'm able to print out both the license, which is an MIT license, which is correct, and also the GD file, but I'm not able to print out the other things because those aren't defined. And there's also presumably a null terminated line somewhere in here, which is it's concerning. Oh no, I'm about to go overtime or go over. Hold on. I can knock out a Duolingo thing really quick. My streak. I have a 735-day streak. I don't want to give it up. I got 3 minutes. But I feel like I'm really close to this. Let's just do a really beginner Mandarin Chinese. License. Ni hao. He's done it. Shut up. No. Hao. We can scum it because this will still count towards my streak. I will not do it on stream though. Because I get self-conscious about my pronunciation. He's done it. Look at that. Ooh. 736-day streak on Duolingo. It's always nice. What language are you learning? It's Mandarin Chinese, specifically. Well, Mandarin Chinese plus in simplified characters. So it's not really learning, it's more just like memorization. Because there's a lot of characters. You can kind of guess the pronunciation of a lot of characters. I'm proud of you. Thanks, I guess. Not really fluent in anything, but I can roughly understand a pretty good amount of Mandarin Chinese. I can't really read it. Actually, at this point, it used to be I couldn't read any. I could only read Bapa Mafa, which is something that a lot of Westerners don't know, is that Chinese actually does, or at least traditional Chinese actually does have an alphabet. It just doesn't have any tone markings, I think. Yeah, it's called the Ba Pa Ma Fa system. Ba Pa Ma Fa. Yeah, one of these. Look at that. Yeah, I remember learning this. What an absolute piece of garbage. I think you only ever see this in Taiwan, I think. Yeah. Ba pa ma fa da ta na la. Something after that. So I learned that when I was younger. But I wonder, the header offset is correct, and you can guarantee the size of the header as well. Where are we stuck? I don't think we're stuck anywhere. All right, kill the process. I wanted to run this as a plugin, so you could just distribute the plugin if you wanted to. GD script padding. We don't need any padding. I just need to convert the octal to a regular decimal integer. Why is this so tough? $2016, sure. With open. List comprehension, no. Get out of here. C Python, get out of here. GNU, get out of here. We'll also reset this thing. Check the link. Oh, okay. Did you already post that? I missed that. So C program to convert octal to decimal. Suppose you have an octal number, corresponding decimal number. Sure. Initialize P0, decimal is equal to 0. Repeat the following steps while octal is greater than 0. What is octal? Set R is equal to octal to decimal. P0, decimal 0, and then there's just an R, and these are all integers. Sure, sure, sure. So I get this as a string, that's fine. Learned 5 Japanese courses a month ago. I forgot everything, but I still have the titles. Nice. Japanese isn't that hard. I think the only hard part is learning how the grammar works, because it's subject, object, verb, not subject, verb, object order. So it's kind of backwards to how most people, or how most languages work. I think Hindi also works subject, object, verb though. So if you know Hindi, Japanese isn't that hard. So I've explained this before, but it's like saying, It's like saying like apples are eaten as opposed to I eat apples, something like that. All right. But once you wrap your head around it, Japanese isn't that bad. Japanese is actually pretty similar to how like a programming language is structured. If you kind of like don't think about it too hard. So it's like Polish notation? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like Polish notation. So you would say like, well, for very simple sentences, of course, right? So you'd say like, you know, watashi wa ringo o tabemasu. In the context of me, apples are eaten. We would say, you could also say like, I guess samui desu kara fuku o kimasu. I don't know. because it's cold. Because it is cold because, or it is cold from clothes are worn. Something like that. So the phrases have very strict delimiters, which is nice. Too lazy, Oni-chan. Oni-chan. What? No, get out of here. So while. Okay, so I need to convert this. Or okay, no, what I don't need to convert it, but I do need to pass this in as an integer. So we'll do to octal or from octal. We don't want to convert it to octal. It's from octal. Sorry, from octal. Actually, but that's not an octal. Eh? I guess it is still an octal, but if you do it like this, it strips it. It's a funny representation. Sure. Using it right? I don't think this is right. But maybe it is. Maybe it's okay because it just ignores the preceding digits. So while n is greater than 0, r is equal to n modulo 10. What the heck is r? Is this just my temp variable? That's my right variable. N is equal to n divided by 10. Sure. Decimal is equal to. I know I can use the adjusted syntax, but we're avoiding it for now. 8 exponent this thing p plus equals 1. Send it. No, that's not right. So this has the correct size, then everything else does not have a size, and then it just kind of increments the header offset incorrectly. Is that a decimal, pal? Probably not. So this power takes a base. It takes a base. So that's not something I'm worried about. So returns the result of base raised to the power of exponents. Yeah. That's a float. Oh, it's a float. So we can truncate it. we can truncate it. That's fine. I don't think it makes a difference though. Yeah, like this, it should only have 4 files inside of it. Python operator? I wouldn't, but it shouldn't matter at this size. Well, I mean, there's no other way for me to do an integer to a power of right? Yeah, I mean, I could use the implicit operator like that. It doesn't really matter, right? So you could also do like, you know, n divided by 10. It doesn't make a difference here. The result is the same in that it prints out the incorrect values here. Yeah, so I'm able to get the license. I'm not worried about that. Actually, the license isn't even parsed fully. Ooh, I bit shifted 3 times n minus 1. What the heck? Is that it? Will that work? I bit shifted. What is I? Where are you getting these from? That's I times 8 to the power of n. What's I? So I times 8 to the power of n. What was my n here? P? Plus equals r times 8 to the power of p. I'm assuming p for power. Misplaced times. What is your problem? Okay, how do you do GD scripts? How do you do power? Isn't this valid to do power? So GD scripts basics. Isn't that's a valid operator? What are the operators? Power, power, power. So you can bit shift, yeah. Multiplication, division, remainder. Or it's modulo, sure. Integer division is truncated rather than returning a fractional number, and the modulo operator is only available for ints. Fmod is used for floats and additional used for format strings. Sure, then there's bitwise, comparisons, ternary, typecasting, assignments. Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what I've been doing, right? Is 8 to the pow, 8 to some sort of p. We can truncate this float as well, and then we can also truncate this entire thing. This won't make a difference though. All right, I guess we'll kill it. Also, hopefully restart the editor so we drop all the memory that's associated with it. Tar. I'm missing a thing. I'm missing this. That's fine. Send me one more time. That's fine. Result size 12. That's wrong. Yeah, okay. So the size is incorrect. You got the octal part right sometimes. I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like the file size is I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Read file size. So size, return size string. So like this is the closest I've been, right? With this initial implementation. So when we print out the license, that's correct. And then it's just the next part that's wrong, because this is way too large. So you run it, it's way too large, and then it stops at the null terminated string, which makes sense. So it's just for the second file size that it's incorrect. So we run it here. What's the source text for 2.7? So you can see here that the file buffer is only of size 19,500, which means that when we try to read it, it should just read through the entire thing, right? So I guess this slice doesn't actually error out, even though it totally should. Yeah, it's basically from everything after the license to the end of the tar, right? But then I assume like ASCII, what happens is that when it hits the null terminated character, it just stops parsing it. How does that license part work but not the rest? Yeah, see, that's what I'm confused about, is the license displays correctly. The license is correct. That's right. And then it even prints the entire GD file. Yeah, so here's the license. That's correct. That's sick, right? And then it even is able to get, right, the correct name for the file. It's able to get the correct type. The header offset is also fine, I suppose, because tar is chunked in 512 size blocks. But it's just that the size is wrong, because the size is greater than the entire buffer size. I don't think it's the octal. I really don't think it's the octal. Although it could totally be the octal. It could totally be the octal. I just don't know. What is this? What the heck is this? It's like a kid's website. I'm very familiar with this. I'm very familiar with this. I'm assuming it's also playing some audio. So I should probably stop. Let me think. Let me think. Because it's able to get the first one correct. That's the part that's really throwing me. The license is correct. If I guess the size is a bit too large, because it's also able to read in the first part. So if I get like get string from UTF-8, it'll actually give me something that's slightly incorrect. But I guess that's fine. Or what if we do get string from UTF-8? Doesn't that... Yeah, I mean, this is still more or less correct as well. Actually, that's totally correct still. Or no, hold on, I skipped past it. No, that's correct, yeah. Yeah, the slice is correct here. Did you get it working? No. These have not changed. It's just the size, and I'm parsing the size incorrectly for the first slice. Or no, for everything after the first slice. I'm thinking about it though. I'm thinking about it. Because if you use getString from UTF-8, that should be incorrect. Right, so then you'll have, no, 2102. No, these are still all the same thing. Nothing has changed. Yeah. Yeah. So it does not matter. That does not matter. That does not matter. Let me run through this logic again. So these don't really matter. The only thing I actually need to hold on to here actually is the offset. Yeah, so the JavaScript implementation is kind of wonky in that regard. One of these. Or you know, I wonder. No, never mind. I was about to say, it was probably because there might be a null block after the... There might be a null block after the really big piece of code, but that's unlikely. What's probably more likely is that the offset is greater than the file buffer. Because the size is wrong? Yeah. So send it once, baba. That's correct. And then we'll see that the offset gets pushed way too high, and then we just exit, yeah. Yeah, okay. So it's not this part, although this part is also technically wrong. So if file name is length 0 twice, then we know that we are at the very end of the file. I should not just be checking this once, but that's okay. We'll figure it out later. It's something to do with the file size, man. It's something to do with the file size. But when I convert the first file size to an octal, that's wrong. And then everything else just gets super messed up. Or do you think that the first one is just not an octal and then everything after it is an octal? That would be horrible. That would be horrible, wouldn't it? How valid is that file? It is very valid, because I'm able to untar it using command line tar or terminal tar. So I know it's valid. I guess what I can do is this. So var from octal, whatever the heck this is, then return from octal if from octal is greater than 0, else just return the size string. I'm not looking at the terminal tar implementation. You crazy? So the license, and then everything else just kind of breaks. Yeah, because then this is just chunked. It's able to grab. Hold on, what the heck? See, this isn't nearly enough to cover the rest of the file, though. Like, this size is wrong. Ooh, don't do that. That's gonna break. So if you look at this, you can see that this is converted to, no, I keep doing it. Stop it. So package license has a size of 1090, which is wrong. And then it chunks it until it finds the next correct chunk, which is package verbal expressions, which is correct. And then it says it has a size of 12215, which is wrong, because we can see that we still kind of just fall into the file here. But then we have package.json. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You know what I'm thinking? I can kind of cheat. I can cheat. I think I can cheat. So instead of actually reading the size, what I can do is just kind of read until I can just read it in chunks. I can read it in chunks. So whenever we see a file thing, we know that it's a file, and then we can just assume that everything up until the next file is part of that file. It's a little It's a little, no, because that won't work either. Never mind, I can't cheat. No, I know that won't work. Are you only reading one file in a tar archive? No, there are 4 files. So here, so we hit it with an ls all. So there should be a license, there's a readme, package.json, and verbal expressions.gd. So the problem is that we'll run into just random headers at some point. So when I look back at the console, when it prints out, it should be printing out some garbage header file or header values, which we don't want. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Yeah, maybe what I can do, marked by 2 consecutive 0 filled records, final block in an archive is padded out full length with zeros. Yeah. I know that, but what I'm saying is, because I'm able to find, I can guarantee that every single block will have, or at the start of every single valid block of file text will have a tar header, and that tar header I know that I'm able to parse correctly. Well, parse more or less correctly. I guess the size is still incorrect. Hold on. Oh no, man. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. How does Python do to octal? Or I'm pretty sure there's no like octal thing here, right? Octal? Octal? No. GD script from octal? GD script from octal. Format string, syntax highlighter. String formatting. I mean, we can code grep it, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Garbage. Alright. Python has a base parameter for the int constructor. Godot does not, or GDScript does not. C unescape does not work for. What is this? There's a coffee. What the heck is this? I have a new notification. Can't read any of this. Who is this? I've never heard of this person. Oh, they just don't exist. They've nuked it all. Arbitrary sign, radix, biter. Who is this person? Who are you? Some sort of furry. That's neat. Wonk me. Please don't have any furry stuff in it. Ooh, okay. Where's your GitHub? Didn't you release anything? No? No? Thought I saw something. Yo. Oh, this is Japanese. Technically correct. The heck is this? It's pretty tame furry stuff. Yeah, but I'm trying not to show any furry stuff on a stream. That Carajos is it? What? I don't know what Carajos is. Carajos. GitLabber? Could be GitLabber? Yeah, I don't know. Press accept. Arbiter. Arbiter might be kind of hard to find on GitHub. We could always try to check though. If you just do like an arbiter, all of GitHub, maybe it's still here. Etsy, YAML, Python. I guess it's a very common name, isn't it? Verilog. Nope. Doesn't look like anything. Yeah, I guess they just nuked their account. I'm losing my mind. Read file type 124. Read file size 124. No, yeah, 124. Size -1. And then they actually read from I to, well, I is less than 11, so they leave off the trailing space as well. Oh, and then parse, oh, they parse it as an octal? Wait a minute, do I need to convert it to an octal? I need to convert it to an octal? No, it comes to me as an integer, but then I need to parse it as an octal? No. Oh, it's, okay, it's from octal. Okay, okay. Parse in, it's an octal. Okay, so I still need to do octal. Okay, okay. I was almost about to be... very distraught. Int from octal. Sure. Octal. Yeah, give me this. Give me Java. I like Java. No, okay. So they can just parse it as that. What's the implementation of parse stuff? Yeah. A2I. Given an octal, so you cannot use A2I. String to OL function because you can specify. That doesn't help me at all. Okay. Octal to integer. Octal to integer Java. Give me the Java. Please don't give me parse int. Oh, you're giving me parse int. Custom logic, yes. All right, I like Java because it's something that I'm very familiar with. So we can assume that this comes to me as an octal. So, sure. Let's try this. Maybe it's just that my logic is wrong. So var decimal int equal to 0. We'll return the decimal since that'll be our return value. Var n is equal to... No, I already have n. This is my octal. While true, if octal is equal to 0, then we'll break. Var temp is equal to octal modulo 10. That's not 10. Looking through the CPython repo for the implementation of the int constructor. I'm dying, dude. Like it's such a good idea. I've got the implementation in my head. I just need to figure this out. Times power, the int, the truncated power base 8 float sure n. Then octal is equal to this. Then n plus equals 1. Sure. Is that right? Is that right? That doesn't seem right. But maybe it is. Okay. 1090. No, this is the same thing. And then it just gives you like weird chunks afterwards. Yeah, these are all just these are still wrong. I mean, they It's still wrong, but it's slightly more correct, but I don't want to use something that's like slightly wrong. But actually, aren't I parsing these? I am parsing these as UTF-8s, aren't I? Yeah, I am parsing this as UTF-8s. I suppose these should be get as ASCII to be the most correct. But then, even still, I think the what I might need to do is just cheat, but what I might need to do is just cheat until, so I pass in so I look for a file and then just run until I find the next file and then take the difference between those two offsets to find the size, if that makes any sense. So I'll read up until that size, until the next file. Otherwise, I'll just pass in the full size. That might work. Yeah, because I've done this twice now. Once using Python logic and once using this Java logic. And I think also didn't I use the C logic at some point as well? Yeah. Octal. Yeah. Yeah, I used C logic as well. Yeah. Or I used C logic the first time, so this is correct. It's the same logic every single time. This is correct as well. Some of those are right. There's another problem somewhere else. Yeah, it's the size, right? Well, it's these. This is the only place. This is it. It doesn't get any more complicated than that. So if we're comparing against the reference implementation from the JavaScript stuff, so this, I pre-offset this. I pre-offset the buffer that I get. So just ignore this buffer. Imagine this buffer refers to this buffer. And then the header offset is already built into this buffer. So it comes to me pre-sliced, and then I slice it again. So what they're doing, oh, and this is read file type. Ignore that. Read file size. Yes. So buffer header offset. It's already offset, so I just need to use the inner offset of 124 inclusive. And then this is size 12, so it's inner offset plus size 12 minus 1 because this is exclusive when they do that. So it's inclusive, exclusive. Right, so that's our size view. Then they just run through and then append the character code until 11. I don't need to do that. All I need to do is get the string from these bytes and then strip the edges to remove the spaces at the end. And then I send it to from octal. Yeah. You send it from octal. I suppose what I could do, well, it doesn't matter, right? Because this calculation is always correct, right? Unless what they want me to do is send them a string, an octal string, and then I can process it backwards, maybe? That could also work. So then I'll always parse every single number, but then like a 0 in octal is just 0, so it doesn't matter. All right, you know what? I'm gonna use the restaurant. I'll be right back. I want to figure this out, but I'll be right back. Hello, hello. I'm back. Ready for more suffering. Welcome back. So let's correct buffer. Correct, right? Buffer array, not pool byte array. Yeah. It doesn't really matter, right? The only difference between array and pool byte array is that arrays are passed by reference, and pool byte arrays are passed by value. So these are referenced and these are copied. But see here, when I am reading it, yeah, so I'm always slicing from the same file buffer and I'm not modifying it. I'm always slicing it. So it was a conscious choice to use an array, so it's a bit easier on memory. So we're just not copying giant slices every single time. That was the idea. I don't think it makes a difference whether or not I pass a pool byte array or an array, because I'm not modifying it, I'm only reading from it. C Python. Pylong from string. Oh, it's the C code. It's always kind of freaks me out. Like, you know, I get it. I get it. It's a string. A char pointer is a string. Constant char. Start pointer original string is equal to the string. Yeah. Pylong object, string object. If base is not 0 and base is less than 2, or base is greater than 36, yeah. Well, our string is not null character. If string is plus, then string... Base is 0, sure. If base... if... Oh no. Oh no. This might not be useful. What the heck? I don't think I can use this. I don't think I can use this. Oh, I like this comment though. Do you see this one? This is my favorite part of the code. What is this? Just a winky face. It's just a winky face. Oh, and it's look at, oh, there's a go-to. My favorite. Yes, there's a go-to. My favorite type of code. Oh, I see. The function is so long. The function is so long that they actually need to use a go-to in this file. That's amazing. I love that. Did you? Yeah, it's something I didn't actually realize because I never learned C formally. I didn't realize C had go-to in it. Either way, I don't think I can use this. I think this is there must be another tar implementation. Like, okay, what's the Java tar? Untar. Example. Sure. How to extract a tar. Yes. Tar GZ. Yeah, sure. Apache Commons compress. Oh no, it's Apache, which means it's generally not on GitHub. What a pain. But it is on Maven repository, my favorite. Homepage. Sure. Compress. Where? Source code. Where? No, it's It uses a real Git thingy instead of GitHub, so I can't easily look at it. Oh, we can still look at the tree, that's fine. Source, main, Java, org, Apache, commons, compress. Beautiful. I just use tar on tar. I never thought about more than that. Yeah. See, that's the thing though. Do I have tar available on CMD? I don't think. Is tar available? Oh, I do have tar available. I could. You know what? I could just do that. Does tar come available in every single system? So is tar pre-installed on your default Windows install? I guess what I could do, right, is since 2019 Windows has shipped the BSD tar, tar is just there. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can do this really quickly, I suppose. Jar. No, this is the jar. Compress. Archivers. Changes. Compressors. Tar. Tar. None of these are tar. That's gzip. Pack. Snappy. Z. bzip. Brotli. No tar? Tar computing. Is tar just available? What am I looking at? BSD tar has been included on Microsoft Windows since, oh, okay, 2018. Well, you know what? Guess who was just wasted? Guess who's just wasted a bunch of their time? Why? Why would you do this? All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You're mad. Okay. I suppose that's something I should have checked. I always assume that the tool is not going to be there, but I guess if tar is always going to be here. Actually, how does this work? So if we do OS execute, do I need to explicitly open up CMD, or can I just do tar xzf? What was it called? Res something. I'm a little perturbed, I'm not gonna lie. Second comments? Or second answer or second comments? Int is file in tar. Eh? Read file contents from an in-memory tar. I don't really need to read the file contents from an in-memory tar, but I think I get what you're saying. Tar is some sort of tar. Struct tar, name, size, unused, padding, blah blah. Is file in tar. So for whatever. What is this syntax? Are you allowed to do that? Are you talking about this one? String compare. Tar name is name. What are you looking at? If FP, oh, you're talking about this one. This one. Huh? What? I don't quite understand what I'm looking at, but sure. I guess if we're looking at the accepted answer, what is isn't that string scan formats, right? scanf, string scan format. So it passes in the tar size and then the length as an octal. I suppose, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Wait, didn't I try that before though? Didn't I try that before? I should have saved that, but that's okay. Didn't I try that before when trying to get the octal stuff? So what you can do is, instead of doing return from octal, we'll do string format this thing, size string to int. It's not quite an octal, I suppose. And then we can wrap it all into a 2int, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, it's still mostly wrong, to be sure. Because I'm pretty sure what's happening here is that when we try to convert it into an octal, yeah, these are all now just totally wrong, because now the size is defined as 466, which is not a proper size, yeah. And it's not able to find the rest of the sizes. Which is probably something else. What if we do like this and then convert that to an integer? Yeah, no. A number is required. But I don't have an octal. I don't have an octal. I don't have an octal. I only have a string that I want to convert to an octal. I would really rather not have to use OS execute either, but I know that's probably easier. I didn't realize Windows came with it. So parse int, there's the radix. That's fine. I think there must be something that I'm doing wrong, or there's some like other thing that I'm not handling that I really should be handling. Open JDK. Oh no. There's a lot. Okay, but okay, it's just these lines. Cannot parse radix. Okay, so you can actually kind of tell. I like to do the same thing as a lot of Java programming, so I like to do this as well. Boolean, negative, we don't care about that. It's been a long time since I've seen this format. Most code review would catch this and say they just put this on different lines, but that's okay. If length is greater than 0, then we look for the first character. You can have a leading plus sign. Oh yeah, that's not valid. Wait, no, it is valid. Cannot have loan. Yeah. Accumulating negatively. Avoid surprises near max value. That's fair. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. You have to go even deeper. You have to go deeper. So it uses character digits to get the corresponding int digits for your radix. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave this for someone who's smarter than me. I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately. I've wasted all your time, and also my own time. I'm sorry. You gotta go deeper? Yeah. I mean, it's Java, right? So everything is a class. I think I'm just gonna try to use the built-in. It's not so bad. So you do OS execute. I think you should just be able to run this, and it'll pick the next available runner. So tar xzf. And the reason why you have to pass it like this is because I think that's how you pass any run command in Windows. So tar xzf this thing. No. We'll make this configurable later, but I just want to test it. This is supposed to be blocking, and then we'll capture the output here. Oh no, they'll print me. So don't send it just yet. I do need to rmrf package. Then we'll run it. Did it work? Did it work? I'm not sure if it worked or not. I did see it hang. Global path probably. Oh, you know what? That's totally, you are totally correct. Yes. Project settings, globalize path. Send me. Oh, globalize path, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. And then you need to use like OS specific handlers to move stuff around. Or what a pain. But at least in theory this should work on every single OS. So if I go to my Mac, do I have tar? I do have tar. Okay. And then presumably on my, not presumably, I know for sure I have tar on my my Linux boxes. Okay, well, that was a lot of wasted time, but that should work. Yeah. All right, well, tar GD, I guess I'll keep you around for now. Maybe I'll come back to it, but I don't quite understand what I was doing wrong. And I also know that I'm probably, because check this out. If I go to advanced expression, add-ons, this is only a single file plus 3 other files, right? The README, the license, and the package.json. I just haven't pushed it yet, so that's why you don't see it here. But I'm not sure. Like, so if I were to cheat and just read everything in blocks, I'm not sure how that would work for directories. So yeah, I guess native tar is just better. I don't like it though. I don't like it. That is so demoralizing though. That is so demoralizing. Actually, how do you rename a directory on Windows? Is it the same command? So we go to command, cd dev gd scripts, no, gd less gd scripts, doc generate, no, it's called Godot package manager. That's ls is not a recognized command, that's fair. Move on, yeah, I know it's move on Linux. Is it move on Windows as well? Can you move package to package or just test? No, okay. How do you rename on Windows? CMD rename. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah, I know, I'm very, very familiar with Linux. But the reason why I try to do as many things as possible in GDScript is because GDScript is cross-platform guaranteed. Run, yeah. Rename, I get it. I get it. So if you were to do rename, package to test, directory. I really don't like how it's called directory. And also volume and drive C has no label. That's concerning. All right, so run test package. Okay, well, you know, that's cool, I guess. Okay, well, what we can do from here is if you know your, what your package dot whatever is gonna look like, so we can go here. That's fine. Get out of here. Sure. Get out of here. Make my cd command also print the directory contents. Nah. I don't like it when my commands do too much for me. I have too much muscle memory, which is why you always see me press LS. So I'll do like a really quick CD LS. Like I'm super quick on that. Anything more, it's just like, I don't know, man. You're killing my muscle memory, because I'm also very used to having to do this on bare metal systems. So we'll just make it a text document. We'll make it Godot.json, package.json. It's not really a package.json. We're not using the npm binary to install the package. Well, it's because npm can't be guaranteed. You can't guarantee that every user of a package will have npm, right? But what I can guarantee is that you'll be able to send a GET request to be able to download an npm package, right? That's what I'm saying, is that I can, there's certain things, as long as I can guarantee that something exists on your system, then I'll use it. But if I can't guarantee it, then it's tough. It's tough. You know, I'm just gonna call it a Godot.package. What the heck did I just rename? Undo me. Oh, it's here. Oh, I did it. I did that wrong. Godot.package. Oh, I'm trying to open something. Hold on. Godot.package. Then we'll want to open that. We'll just consider this to be a JSON file. Images, tar, PNG. Use, come quick. To disarm the bomb, simply enter a valid tar command on your first try. No Googling of 10 seconds. You know, I used to not remember how to do tar xdf, but I have it in my muscle memory now. I now have it in my muscle memory because I was working on a system that did not have man files generated for tar. So, no. I guess I need to learn. Yeah, but no, I'm not using npm because you can't guarantee that every user will have npm. What I can guarantee, I guess, is that every user will have tar if you're on a somewhat recent version of Windows. And then if you're using Linux or Mac, you can guarantee that they'll have tar. But here, what I think I can do is we'll just have like dependencies, deps dependencies. We'll do something that's very similar to how we'll have something that's very similar to how npm does it, but we'll just call it Godot package, right? So we'll read this in via JSON. So we'll do var file, and then this is main, but this is going to be to do testing. So we'll read in the JSON file, right? That's not too hard. File, if file open, res package or Godot.package, file read is not okay, then we'll print error. Just abort. Otherwise, we'll do var parse results JSON parse file get as text. If parse result error is not okay, then we'll print error parse result error string. It is accurate though. Well, you just need to remember a few things about tar. So if you're ever using tar for anything that's not a tar.gz or tgz file, you know, say goodbye. Good luck. But after that, then you just need to remember the flags. The order matters. So you want to extract a gzip, and the file is. That's how you remember it. XZF. Extract is X. Z is gzip format. F is the file. and then you pass in the file, and then it extracts it into your current directory. If you need to do anything more complicated than that, you know, good luck. I don't have an answer for you. It's the same thing for like, almost like the same thing for like PS aux. So on Linux systems, I know that PS aux will give me usually what I want. So process AUX, which is BSD style. I don't remember what it stands for, but I know it works. I guess if you want something that's a bit more human readable, you would use like top or something, or htop if you have that installed. Results. If result is dictionary, then just return expected dictionary. Htop is so much better than top, yeah. But as said previously, I usually work on maybe I didn't say it correctly. I usually work on new installs, so which is also why I no longer use like a Vim config, because I usually only have access to VI, not even Vim. If I'm top user to use, then htop I don't understand unless you play with other architecture hardwares, old school packages. I only work with RHEL, usually RHEL, sometimes CentOS, very very occasionally Ubuntu. Also no Vim. Yeah, it's called VI. VI doesn't have... There's a few things that VI doesn't have. I forget though. I only remember once I boot into it, I'm like, oh wait, I don't have this. So at least VI has, you can search. That's pretty good. I think VI's yanking functionality is kind of bad, if I'm remembering correctly. Right, but how do I want to structure this? Or how does a regular package.json look like? So we're talking about dependencies and stuff. An Enigma box, so I had to use tars and such. I don't know what that is. Enigma box. Is VI missing syntax highlighting? I'm not sure. I don't remember. That's something that I don't usually have any syntax highlighting at all, or even if I do have syntax highlighting, it's usually incorrect. So I no longer trust syntax highlighting for most things. Yeah. Give me the Kjiro. Kjiro. How did you do it? So here's your package.json. Or actually, we can just look at how the Unity stuff does it. Scoped registries, I'm not going to do that. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is just do like dependencies, and then we'll just slap all of these into your add-ons folder. Like that's the easiest thing to do. You could also split it up between like add-ons and then just regular folders. I'm not sure if that's good or not though. Do you think everything should just be considered an add-on and then we'll just slap it into your add-ons folder? Or do you think that you should have like a separate add-ons? You know what? Can't I change this to be JSON? Yeah. So you have add-ons and then you should also have like just regular dependencies. I can't go back. I think the only syntax highlighting I really struggle with not having is rainbow brackets. Rainbow brackets, pretty sick. I think, but rainbow brackets is also usually something you only use for Lisp. But I don't know. I like it in just regular programming as well. I struggle to count parentheses. Let me see. So this is how Unity does it. I don't think I need to specify a scoped registry as long as I just require you to pass in the entire thing, if that makes sense. Just put syntax on. What if I don't have a vim.rc? And also I don't have the ability to, I don't have the ability to write to my root directory, and I don't have a user directory. I know that, isn't there a vim command? Isn't it called, if you go into vim, you can do syntax on? Is that how that works? Is that something you're allowed to do? I don't remember. I know there's a way to modify your tabs and stuff that I really should learn by muscle memory. Isn't it called syntax on? Syntax off? No? Maybe not? Yeah, I work in very special circumstances. So you're not allowed to write to your root directory, but you are allowed to write to just random system directories. But I really should not be writing a vim rc in any other directory. I think you can put anything in vim rc you can do just in vim. Yeah, I don't remember. Some vim user can't really comment on non-color syntax. I've never seen it. I don't know. Something I need to remember is how to get like good YAML formatting. I always forget how to do that. Actually, what I can do is this. You can just do like a dependencies, blah, blah. And then you can also have just like, I don't know, like project name. Sure. It doesn't really matter what you put here. So this is, what did I call it? Godot package manager. Doesn't really matter. Then for everything inside of here, that's wrong. You'll have like a, I don't know, name. What did I call this? This is called advanced expression. Name is not strictly necessary, I suppose. The only thing you really need is the URL. That's how I'm envisioning it. Well, you know what? Yeah. You only need the URL. Yeah. What am I doing? URL and the version, right? Anything else is just extra. So this is what it looks like, by the way. You just slap this in here, give it a version. It's 1.0. That's pretty much it, isn't it? That's pretty much it. So you read that. So print, this is main. Runner should be loading in main. Oh, it's actually not. All right, well, give me the main scene. We won't need tar. Main, just add this to our scene. So add child main instance. We won't do any of this just yet. So we'll do everything via main now. Res JSON print resource. Insert some tabs for me. All right, send me. All right, so we have everything we need. So now we have the request. You can even highlight custom keywords in Vim like to do. Yeah, well, I have VS Code doing that for me. But yeah, isn't it? Yeah, you just need to adjust your .vm, your Vim RC. I just don't know how to do it. Using from simple to complex Nano. I hear Nano is okay. I always get surprised. I always sometimes also forget how to exit Nano. Kate, I hear good things about. Genie, pretty sick. Genie was the first editor I ever used. So I always have a soft spot for it. Eclipse is okay. Eclipse is okay. If you're doing Java, Eclipse is pretty good. If you're using Eclipse for anything else, I feel sorry for you. I remember you saying something about your duck avatar being available somewhere. Sort of want to maybe try making a plushie. Yeah, I can send you that somewhere. But also, just like the final... Yeah, like the raw GLB is just kind of here if you want it. I have the .blend file if you really, really want it. So if you want the GLB, it's just in the repository. If you want the blend file, I can find it for you. It's on one of my old laptops. I guess you would... yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why you would want the blend file unless you're trying to generate like an STL. Tried using Eclipse for Rust, it was terrible. Yeah, no, I have C Lion. So because of my project's Puppeteer, it used to be called OpenCFace GD. So I did apply for the JetBrains like sponsorship. And got the free licenses and all that. All right, so dependencies var deps is equal to res dependencies. I don't want to write that again. That's a dictionary. Yeah, but if you want to make a plushie, you know, Nova. The only thing I would like is like a shout out. Just give me a shout out. That's all I need. I don't really care about making money from this kind of stuff. But just let them know who sent you. Rust Analyzer. Yeah, did you... I saw that the Rust Analyzer actually got absorbed by the bigger Rust project, which is pretty cool. For key... Or I guess this is like... dep name in deps keys. So what we'll do is request get. Is it called get? What is it called? How does HTTP request work? So you do request. Okay. So we can actually pull this up here. HTTP request Godot docs. All right, so we'll just copy whatever they're doing here. Not in runner, but in main. So what we want to do is we want to send out many HTTP requests because here I've verified in Postman that if you use np registry https registry npmjs.com, right? You do this and then you just insert the rest of it. So const, this is the registry. It's not quite a Docker registry, which is usually what I associate with registries, but it's close enough. Yeah, so we'll do that. So HTTP, or no, request. I guess we don't need to connect, but we really should. We want to request URL is going to be registry step name. Oh, and actually we also need to append the version to it. It seems a bit unnecessary to do like that, but that's okay. So steps, it's a work in progress. I'm still coming up with the file format. So it's going to be a GET request. How do I specify what kind of request I want to send? Can I send a method? I can send a method. I don't need any headers, I think. So we request this thing, blah, blah, headers, no headers, header server nerds, bool, SSL, sure, let's validate SSL. Method, so this is HTTP request Method. What is method? HTTP client. HTTP client. Method. It's almost certainly going to be a get. And then this will give me this thing, right? This will give me this response. We'll parse it into JSON, and then I'll need to look for we'll need to look for distribution. That's pretty much it. Distribution, and then tarball. So we have distribution, and then we have tarball. Then we have the download link that we need to actually send a follow-up request for. Not too hard. So we'll request this. There's no request data. Yeah, so that's good enough. So request connect. Request completed. So on response. So we have a result, which is an integer. There's the code, also an integer. Headers. Pool string array. I don't care about headers. And then the body pool byte array. Nice. So on response, and then we'll yield. So yield. Request completed. You getting the package as JSON? I get the package information as JSON, yes. So I look up the package from here, and then I know what the actual tar file is called after that. I think that's a good solution, right? Because then all I need to do is say, okay, you know, if you want to, you know, grab the code and it'll work with the package manager, all you need to do, find the corresponding npm package, copy and paste this with the corresponding version into your Godot.package file, and then it should just work, yeah? Because then on the back end, what I'll do is I'll send this request, I'll get this response, look for the tarball, download the tarball for you, and then just place it into your add-ons directory. So everything is just going to be an add-on by default, and then I'll think about other use cases afterwards. So here we'll have body, this will be JSON is equal to body to, or get string from UTF-8, and then we want to do parse JSON string, I guess. What does this return? It's a variant, and then we just need to check to see. So if JSON is not null, or if JSON is null, or not JSON is dictionary, just early return, and then also print error, invalid response, something like that. And I really like working with APIs because it's something that's very easy to verify that works. It's one of the things I kind of dislike about where the current state of software development has gone, because the current state of software development is more or less just like any application development that's easily like offshored, unfortunately. Now what they want is people who are able to do like infrastructure automation or containerization, automation, which is, I don't know, it just doesn't have the same, you know, Shazam feeling to stuff. Will I get to handle dependencies? I'm not sure how dependencies will work. How do Godot dependencies work? Or how would you even add that to your package.json? I guess. Like, I'm not sure. That's an honest question, right? It's not supposed to be cheeky. Like, sometimes I ask a question, and I'm not actually asking for, like, an answer. But here, I'm not sure. How would you do that? Like, yeah, like, some of this part. Yeah, it's a package manager that I use for it's dependencies just for your project, right? So generally how most projects works is that they just bundle their own dependencies into their projects. But is how it works? Because I recognize a lot of these, right? I recognize a lot of these. So it's your package dependency. So your package could potentially have other dependencies on other node packages. I've never had to try that, but maybe it could work. So isn't it, if you just put it in your package.json, it should just show up here? Shadowing or static link. It's basically like static linking, I suppose. Like, it requires your list package, the regex one. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I've never published packages on npm before. So how do these work? Or how do I grab their manifests? So I'm pretty sure React has a pretty ridiculous package.json. So if I were to grab this, so React. So if I send, what is React's? What is React's thing? So I can grab React 18.10. Isn't this valid? So I grab all of these. Oh, well. So I asked about npm because it handles those as versioning. Yeah, well, you know what? Actually, check that out. Wait. Huh? Huh? These are dev dependencies. Well, the thing about npm, I can't guarantee that everyone will have npm. That's guaranteed. I cannot guarantee that everyone will have npm. So I'm trying my best to accommodate as many people as possible because I think this is cool. Is it just in React? So this is the actual package, React. So then there's a package JSON, and then this has a single dependencies. Oh my God, I've done it. Okay, I got it. So this is just the package JSON from here, the inner React package, and then I can find dependencies based off of that. Oh. So pretty much anything that's in your package.json is also returned by this thing here. By this get request. Ah, interesting. I've never like really thought about it before. That's cool. Also, I'd like to point out how there is currently a build running, even though the last commit was 8 days ago. Oh no, actually no, that's probably like another commit somewhere else in the repository. Never mind. It's easy to dunk on JavaScript, but this is not one of them. React is a good library in my opinion. That's cool. So there's Browsify, blah, blah. So you can have all kinds of metadata in here if you want. And actually for most of this, you don't even need most of this, right? So from my packages, I could take out like the tests, the test scripts. I could even take out the scripts field and then just parse like the dependencies part, right? On response, so I do need somewhere to hold the temporary data. Response data. So response data clear response data is equal to JSON duplicate. Unity package manager also uses all of those, dependency and versioning. Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, I was looking at, like, this is the thing that I was looking at. It's not DKFX. I was looking at, this person has a spout library that I was using as a reference. Kajiro, yeah, spout. So this is what I was looking at as a reference. Didn't you show a Unity package on? Yeah, it's pretty much all of this person's packages, right? K0, and if you search for JP K0 clack spouts, so I use this as a reference for my own spout implementation in Godot. So you can find their package here, yeah. I suppose I could just check this one. So if we go to Postman, I don't think this is actually scoped at all, but they just call it scoped for whatever reason. So yeah, we can check that out. Look at that. Yeah, COM Unity module screen capture. Yeah, look at that. So there's an author, repository, blah, blah, Unity. Okay, cool. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So inside of their packages thing, package JSON, Unity. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. You can put whatever you want in here. So this is the NPM listing for that as well. So what I need to do is, one, define a thing. So dependencies, I'll just look for whatever you put here plus the version. Isn't that how they do it? I actually probably should have looked at that a bit harder. I guess, yeah, the version is something completely different. Okay, so I can do it like that as well, but that's not how my packages are packaged. Yeah, the domain is kind of garbage, but there's not much you can do about that. How do the manifests works actually? How do manifests work? Oh, I have no idea how this works. That's fine. Let's not worry about it. Yeah, I think this is okay. This is okay. And then your dependencies can have other dependencies. So we'll need to parse those, but for now, I'll just handle the simple case of single dependency, or you have a dependency, it has no other sub-dependencies. Yeah, right? I think that makes sense. This will be a blocking request. But what we'll do is request, probably the same thing again, but then we need to, actually no, what we want to do is grab the tarball from the distribution, because that's something that's given to me by NPM. I believe lurk. Sorry, it's question mark lurk, because I'm a special snowflake. And then because Twitch changed their API, it's also broken. Yeah, that's why it's called help, because I'm not using Nightbot. I wrote my own bot, which is why it's also super broken. Right, never seen a Godot add-on depend on another. Yeah, most Godot add-ons don't depend on other add-ons, unless we're talking about Guts. Guts is the only one that I've seen really exist across add-ons, or any like testing add-on. But I think Gut is a nice one to have though. Yeah. Still can be. Yeah, like most of my code actually depends on Gut. I've been trying to unit test a lot more. Let me see. Where one person can be bundled. Yeah, well, I think no Godot add-ons. I think the reason why you don't see any Godot add-ons, depending on other Godot add-ons, is because there's no easy way of like doing dependency management, right? So because you have to manually manage every single dependency. Most people try not to depend on other Godot add-ons. But I think if you had something like this would be really cool. This would be really cool. And it's also not like an external tool. T count. Yeah, that got him. Yeah, they either copy and paste code or write from scratch. Yeah, so I think this is something that's just been missing them. No one needs it. What even is T count? It's like it's a throwback to like early YouTube or early Twitch. I mean, it is kind of like toxic masculinity, I suppose. Like T count, testosterone count, etc., etc. I remember a few of my, or just like the two of the streamers I actually watched on Twitch had that command. I was like, yeah. I like the command. I'm disappointed they took it away though. So now we can guarantee that we have some response data. So if not response data has dist or and not tracks, then I got no T. T intentionally. Nice. Yeah, isn't that Doohoo's emote? It's a pretty good emote. Very well done. Yeah, I'm not sure where my T count is actually. I've never actually checked. Mostly because I haven't really been to a doctor in the past. I think the last time I've been to a doctor is 2018. And then even then they were just like, yeah, you seem fine. Yeah, you seem all right. Get out of my office. That'll be like 20 bucks. All right, well, I guess I'll go then. And then I just have not been back to the doctor since. Like I go to the dentist twice a year, but okay, so distribution. Response data dist tarball. Isn't like for requests I need to do something fancy? Download file. A file to download into will output any receipt file into it. Okay, so we can do request download file is equal to nothing. But here what we'll do is download file. Yeah, we'll just download the tarball into whatever the heck this is. And I'll pass this back into it. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. This should be file name. Yeah, file name. Get file. Yeah, get file. Then this will be it. Blah, blah. So it's request, no headers, validate domain, and it's going to be a get request. Yeah. I miss doing API development. It was a much simpler time. Actually, where does download file place it? The file to download into it will output any receipt file into it. Sure. Doesn't really explain a lot. Has a few custom errors, I suppose. Enum result. Sure. So where does it determine where to put it? Does it just put it in my root directory? Send it. Invalid response. Yeah, that's fair. What happened? Error parsing JSON at line 0. Okay. Well, tell me what you got. So it takes a little bit for it to parse, sure. It's a 200 headers, yeah, some sort of octet stream, blah, blah. No body, though. Interesting. Is there a way for me to check to see what the last response was? So there is response data. Wait a minute. There is response data. What are you talking about? Do I have too many keys in here? Is that it? What? Oh, it's the second one. It's the second one. Oh, it's the second one. It's the second one, and then it didn't download it, but that's fine. Does that mean that it placed it into my resource directory? Oh, I placed, it worked. It worked. He's done it. There's advanced expression. We can get rid of verbal expression as well. RMRF package. You go ahead and git init this, just so I don't accidentally delete everything I shouldn't be deleting. Copy. What was the thing I was working on before? GD scripts, doc generator, license. Give me a license. Slap it here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So then we just need to have some flags to determine if we're downloading or not. So var is downloading. So is downloading is true, and I need to figure out a better way of doing this. So if is downloading, so we'll pass, or I guess we'll just do if not is downloading, right? If not is downloading, then we just know that we have an invalid response. Otherwise, we'll just or no. If it's downloading, then we'll just hard return. We don't have any response to check. Otherwise, we know that we have an invalid response. Yeah, and then here, download file. There's your file. What we'll want to do is place this into your res, blah, blah. Add-ons, and then I'm skipping a few steps here, but just bear with me. We'll place this here. So one to do, we'll need to make sure that your add-ons directory exists, and then also we need to make sure, or maybe I'll just need to make it so that you can configure where this is even placed. So if you just provide a version, we assume that it's an add-on, but if you provide a inner dictionary, then there's going to be a version file or a version key value pair. There will be a path key value pair that tells it where it wants to, where it should place the package, etc., etc. I think that makes sense. But for to do, hard coded to assume add-ons exists and to use the add-ons directory. I think that makes sense. So we'll try to place it there. Let's rm. Oh, I've already rm.rf'd it. So we'll place it there. It seems to work. And then what we should do is os execute tar. Here's some commands. Extract gzip file. It's going to be blah blah, whatever the heck this was. So we want to do project settings, globalize path, this thing. That's pretty much it. blocking true, so we don't need to provide any other things. And then one more OS executes, because why not? And then this depends on whether or not you're on Windows or not. So if, okay, hold on. OS get name. Okay, so it's match OS get name. No, stop. Match get name. So there's Windows to lower. So there's Windows. It's pretty much only Windows, right? But whatever. It was called ren this thing. Kind of wasteful, but it's fine. So we'll run this thing and then pass in. Ba, ba, ba. What is it called? Dependency name. Yeah. Right? No? Hold on. Thinking. I'm thinking. Is it base name? So it's dependency name, because your dependency name may or may not be multi-line. So is it called base name? Base name, get base name. What is it called? Get base name. Base. Full file path without the extension. Sure. Or was it get file, get base name? Yeah, get file, get base name. Get file, get base name. Look at my fan the roommate here. He's too intoxicated. Someone stop this man. He's becoming too efficient. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm already like almost 2 hours over. I'm almost 3 hours over where I should be. But that's because I'm on a roll. Unfortunately. You hate to see that. Wait, hold on. Is that correct? No, that's not correct. No, this should be like final path is equal to res add-ons this thing, right? And then we'll grab dep name get file get base name. Yeah, one of those. So we'll pass this. Sign value does not have a set type. All right, string. So final path. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I've just received a Discord message. Who is this? Who's pinged me? Who was it? VPupper. I'm trying out a new Puppeteer build. There is no Puppeteer build, but you know, you're close, I suppose. Good luck. Why am I still awake? Good thing I took like a 2-hour nap today. So we tar xzf, and then we should just have it at our the appropriate path. I guess we'll send it. It's hard to say if it worked. It's hard to say. Like it moved the file. It moved the file. Did it actually untar it though? It just appears to be here. So error parsing JSON. I mean, that's fine. We don't care. Yeah, that's okay. If it's downloading, just return early. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense. So here, download file. So where does tar place the file? Shouldn't it just place it in the same path? Isn't that how that works? And like, actually, this should be called like package, isn't it? So on Linux, I'm assuming it's also just gonna be called package because it, whatever it's called doesn't actually matter based on the OS. There's package, sure. ls add-ons, check the directory. Yeah, I mean, it's there. We can rm rf package, and then we'll rm add-ons, what was it called? Advanced expression. So we can try it again, that's fine. Yeah, no. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Oh, I see. I see. So this should be this part. So everything needs to be globalized. That's such a pain. Globalize path. I was like 2 steps away from just saying like we'll deal with this later, but I got it. I finally caught you live. Oh, hello. Hello, Corey Wachino. How are you? I'm working on a package manager for Godot that is finally, 1, implemented in pure GD scripts, more or less, and 2, doesn't require on an external server that no one ever uses. Instead, this depends on NPM. No, I'm fine. Oh, hello. That's good. I thought you were Corey Wachino, or Cappuccino, but I guess you're fine. Hello, fine. How are you? So, okay, extracted path is equal to project settings, globalize path. So it should have extracted as package. If it doesn't, I'll need to add a check to see if this actually failed. Really trying out the new Puppeteer build. I'm Corey watching. Yeah, I know you're Corey watching. I'm just ribbing you. I'm just poking you. I know. So has tracking been enabled yet? Oh, absolutely not. No. I'm working on it. It's close. It's close. If you're on the branch, it just needs to have that UI element enabled or implemented, not even enabled. The UI elements for vpupper is enabled. It's just not implemented yet. But that's all it needs. And then after that, tracking should start. I don't want to work on it just yet. I can feel myself burning out just working on it day after day. So instead, I'm working on this, which is still somewhat related, but not quite the same thing. So ls add-ons rm advanced expression. All right, so now we'll run it. That's fine. We don't care about whatever shows up here, but in add-ons, it's not extracting it, because it should just extract to there. Download file. Yeah, so Is there an error when this is running? Blocking true, and then we'll put output, prints, output. There's only one file, so it doesn't matter. Might rewrite the way my VP3 IFM module serializes IFM packets. Rust data serialization is pain. Yeah, I mean that's any lower level language though, right? Is that you need to do everything directly, which is good because it means that you have more control, but it's also bad because it's just a pain. Rust is kind of a pain in general, to be honest. Unless you explicitly design your stuff around how Rust works, which is not always the case. No. I think Rust, I don't know. I think between Go and Rust, I prefer Go actually. Because Go is just easier to work with. Extracted path. So is this not extracting properly? So when we download a file here, am I not able to do, like this all looks about right, but then we go into add-ons. I can see that the tar file is just hanging out. So if I do tar xzf add-ons, advanced expression, where does it place it? Oh, it places it here. Wait, what? Literally just found out hash maps exist. How have you been working without hash maps? Hash maps are kind of a core data structure. Hold on, where is my Godot binary? Has this been placing everything here in apps? Please don't. Okay, that makes sense. So you didn't place it here, but where the heck did you place it then? What the heck? Or how do you define in tar where you want the output to go? I don't have a tar. I don't have man tar. Okay, how do I tell it where to place the output? Oh, sorry. To output stream, to standard out. Absolutely not. How do you change the output directory for tar? Tar output destination. Yeah. How do I unzip a tar GZ archive to a specific destination? Sure. You have two choices, blah, blah. So you either change to the directory or you do dash uppercase C. So what was it? It was dash uppercase C. What is that? Directory. Change to directory. That's probably fine. All right, well, I guess we can just untar it in the specific directory that we want it to be in. So we xzf, whatever the heck this is, dash C, then project settings, globalize, path, res, blah, blah. Add-ons, I suppose. Right? There's no output, so it doesn't matter. All right, send me. So we should run into a few problems because some of these paths are wrong. Yeah, but there's package. So RM, RF, advanced expression. Nope, not add-ons. Add-ons, advanced expression, tar GZ, and then also there's the package. So we're almost there. I just need to rename the actual file now. So Hello, Puppeteer, accept tracking data, and do I just attach an object with the blend shapes as the fields, or would you use a dictionary with the blend shape keys and stuff? So, to explain how Puppeteer should be working, if we go to super cleanup, we go to the default view, or the default runner. So how I had this working in my head, or did I not push that code yet? I might not have pushed that code. Puppeteer. Did I not push it? You know what? I did not push it, but that's fine. The idea is in every single runner, so everything that extends a runner, that's one of the things that you should just be able to see. So if I were to demonstrate what I currently have, yeah, the current build is not currently pushed, but it's still in progress. So if you have a specific tracking backend that you want to work a specific way, you would need to create a new runner, which is the point. It sounds a bit cumbersome, but it also makes it easier for just regular development to happen, because I don't need to account for every single permutation. But the idea is that you'll go into here, whatever, here's the stuff, you know, whatever. And then tracking, so once you add your tracking backend as a extension, and this is what I was saying, is I have not implemented the view yet. Right, but the idea is that every tracking backend you have registered, you'll be able to click on it, you'll start it, it'll be added to the scene in however the scene actually handles it. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the idea. So there you have your tracking, blah, blah, does a thing, physics step, and then does all the physics step stuff. So if you have like custom blend shapes and stuff, which I'm assuming you do because you're using the iFacial mocap stuff, you might be better off. That means I need to push this code, but this code isn't ready yet. We can still push it, I guess. Git restore assets, VRM models. All right. So git add all. Fix how bones transmit data. Start implementing tracking. Yeah, so you can look at the latest code. I just pushed that branch. It would probably be in your best interest to write a separate runner that inherits from default runner, right? And then you'll probably want to completely knock out everything that's in physics step. So you'll just want to override it. Right, override physics step, so just implement your own physics step. Don't call the underlying physics step. And then you'll just have to figure it out from there. Not everything is implemented quite yet, but default runner is just under screens. Then there's the GUI. GUI has pop-ups, and then you'll just need to implement the tracking pop-up. So it doesn't even have a script attached to it yet, but we're getting to it. Not too hard. Then, if you want to grab every single extension, there's the extension manager. So you'll place everything that is like not a core built-in thingy. So everything that's not core is in resources. So extensions, create a new folder, do all the requisite folder stuff. And if you open up the folder stuff, you can see that OpenCFace has a config ini. You can open that up in a text editor. It's just an ini file. So the name, tracker, it's a type of tracker. So there's a docs folder that has everything documented inside of it, I think. I don't know where my docs folder went, but hopefully I didn't accidentally delete it. But yeah, there's the entry point, tracker, etc. But it's not quite ready yet. There's so much to do, not enough time, and I'm trying to keep myself from burning out. Yeah, just follow what everything else is doing. I think there's documentation somewhere. TLDR, extend default runner. And then you'll want to override physics step. And that's pretty much it. Hold on. So this is dep name. So if I do this, dep name get file, something like that. That's Puppeteer. We're not caring about Puppeteer just yet. LS add-ons. Everything is just there, so we'll do this. No errors. What do we got? Oh, that didn't quite work either. Where did I put it then? Ooh. What does that mean? So LS add-ons. This is Godot Package Manager. Is it not running it, or am I just doing it way too fast, so it's not even having a chance to actually download the file? That's possibly it, yeah. That's probably it. So it's not even running this part. All right, redo me. No. So add-ons. Insert in dep name, get file, that's fine. RM, add-ons, advanced expression, and then run this again. And then we'll just hit it with a really quick print, finished. Okay. So is it not tarring it then? Or it's not untarring it? Or it doesn't even have like an execute output. So how does this work? If you go into... This is Clack Sprout, but we don't care. I'm already like halfway there. Tar, output destination. I mean, I guess that's okay. Try on shell again. Yeah, I really should try on shell again, huh? So tar, xcf, add-ons, advanced expression, add-ons, or C, add-ons, advanced expression. Cannot open. Okay, so the thing needs to exist. Okay, well, we can do that. Var. It's fine. You know what? I stopped capturing output a long time ago, so that's probably what's starting to screw me. If dar there exists. If not, this thing exists. This thing, output directory. Oh, okay, then we can do dir make dir recursive output directory. Right, something like that. And then output directory. And then we don't even need all of this, right? We do need to check to see if the extract failed, but should be fine. Yeah, there we go. So then there's advanced expression, add-ons, advanced expression. Still inside package. Oh, it that's not what you want. That's not what you want. It extracts the folder inside of the other folder, which is not good. So RM, RF, add-ons, advanced expression. All right, redo me. Knew it would happen. Yeah. How do you? I suppose that makes sense. I suppose that makes sense. But we'll just make the output directory. Bump, bump. And then we need to check to see that this works. So I know that this path exists. Final path, which is file name, get blah, 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 blah. So they'll just rename it, I suppose. Send me. Where are we? Why doesn't that work then? So the tar thing is not even working here. So we do tar, add-ons, advanced expression, or sorry, XZF, advanced expression, C, add-ons. Yeah. Should give me a package, yeah. And then we can do like a ren add-ons package advanced. Expression. Well, you know. Add-ons package add-ons advanced expression. What am I missing here? So like that worked. Yeah. Tar xf. Well, it needs to be xzf. Strict components 1 without root directory. Is that how that works? Components equals 1. I suppose that'll work. And then we can do dep name get file, something like that. So we'll take out all of this. Finished. What do we got? Oh, I think I forgot to remove most of the things in the add-ons directories. Yeah, rm rf add-ons advanced expression, then add-ons advanced expression, this thing. So run me one more time. That's probably more correct. That looks correct to me. Bumd, add-ons. Yeah, there we go. Probably advanced expression. Nope, there's nothing inside of it, so it's close. It's close. So it didn't actually extract inside of it, which is a bit weird. Yeah, because it's because of me creating the output directory. Even though the output directory should be a globalized path. So we do tar xcf strip components 1 add-ons advanced expression add-ons big C add-ons advanced expression. Okay. Cannot open. Error is not recovering. Is it? Does this need to be? Oh, I see. This needs to be elsewhere. But I also put this elsewhere. That's not my problem, really. Strip components equals 1. Yeah, okay. So add-ons, advanced expression. Yeah, okay, so that's all there, which means that there's another problem here. So XZF download file, that's fine. Output output directory is a bit borked. So var output. How does OS execute? So it's blocking true. Yeah, blocking true. Kill this. Blocking true. Then we'll just see if we get any output, I suppose. Print. RM, RF add-ons. All right, run me. Nothing. And then I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's nothing inside of it either. Why is that not working? So I am able to extract it sometimes, as long as I don't provide an output directory. What happens if I do this? What happens if you do this? So I have no idea. Doesn't appear to be anything here. What's probably happening is it's putting it in some other random directory. I'm not even sure where. You know, I'm getting tired. I'll work on this later. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live tomorrow from, what day is today? It's roughly Thursday. 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, working on something. Probably not game related, but still gonna be Godot related. Can print the globalized destination string? Yeah, I can print that really quick. Really quick. Or we don't even need to print it, right? We can just do this and just check to see what the output is. So the well, not the output, but the output directory. The output directory looks correct. Yeah. Or does it need, please don't tell me it needs the end. Thanks for the stream. I'll hold your horses. You haven't got rid of me just yet. Oh, it worked. I can't. I'm mad. I'm mad. It's because I was missing the last slash, which is why it wasn't working. Where you're not ending. Now I'm ending. Now I'm actually. I was annoyed before, but now I'm just mad. That is. I don't like that, but okay, it makes sense. Yeah, it's shell. Yeah, well, it works without the slash in like in bash, but I suppose in CMD it doesn't work like that, huh? But yeah, now I'm ending. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live tomorrow from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Probably might be working on this, might be working on Puppeteer. We'll see. But yeah, there's the GitHub if you want to check out any of the projects I've been working on. This one's not on GitHub just yet, but I'm working on it. There's a Discord if you want to check that out. It's a raid target. Do you have a suggestion? I would prefer not to raid anybody who is has a huge amount of people still streaming or huge amount of people watching. But if you have any suggestions, I see that Arrow Axe is streaming. Finally started doing game stuff. All right, well, we'll do a blind raid. I have no idea who they are, but we'll send it. It's pretty late for me, but thanks for tuning in. We'll be live tomorrow, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Give me a follow if you haven't already. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, get sent. Goodbye.